다시 한번 안내 말씀을 드리겠습니다. 모두 자리에 착석해 Distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 6th edition of the International Flight Safety Seminar for CAAs and Operators with me, Shin-Jie, as the host for today's seminar. Well, before we begin, I would like to extend our warmest gratitude from the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure and Transportation of Republic of Korea to all the participants for joining us here today in this very unique and meaningful occasion. Well, as today's seminar is held in a hybrid style, we're currently streaming live our sessions through the YouTube channel of IFSSCO, both in Korean and English. And each session will feature the presentations from designated speakers, followed by a Q&A session where we'll be engaging in active discussions. So, as I truly hope that this will be a valuable opportunity for all of us, let us now commence the opening session. To begin with, I would like to invite to the stage for the opening address the Deputy Minister of Civil Aviation, Dong Soo-ha of the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure and Transport of Republic of Korea. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Good morning, Honorable Secretary General of ICAO, Mr. Juan Carlos Salazar, President of the Air Navigation Commission, Mr. Padraig Kelleher, Ministers, Director Generals of Civil Aviation Authorities, delegates, and distinguished guests. I sincerely welcome you to the 6th International Flight Safety Seminar. For the past 3 years, we went through the unprecedented COVID-19 pandemic. The aviation industry is now expected to be back on track. At such an opportune moment, I'm very pleased to host the seminar, which will be on platform to share their experiences and exchange safety policy directions. According to the statistics by IATA, international passenger traffic last December was restored to 75% of the pre-pandemic level, and the load factor was at 82%. What can we do at the forefront of aviation safety to respond to the fast-changing industry? First of all, I believe we should recognize the current situation and adapt to the new normal. In the aviation industry, we must continue to develop various measures and the procedures we established during the COVID-19 pandemic to be prepared for another pandemic that might be on our way. In addition, aviation safety policies should be implemented in line with the international standards of ICAO, and the current aviation safety system should be ready to integrate rapidly developing advanced air mobility. Last but not least, we'll need to continue to develop the capacity of aviation personnel through training and ensure we have a sufficient number of these personnel, as the industry had to cut jobs during the pandemic. In response to the skyrocketing air traffic, we would also need to work to identify and mitigate aviation safety risks in advance. Sound implementation of aviation safety oversight systems lie at the foundation of all our efforts. These will help us to ensure a safe, orderly, and efficient aviation environment. The seminar is organized to open the floor for discussions on the issues I've just mentioned. I hope that ICAO, the member state, international organizations, and the industry will come together to share their opinions and get insights on establishing post-pandemic policies during the seminar. I wish you all good health, happiness, and success once again. Welcome to the seminar. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister, for opening today's seminar with your open remarks. Yes, as the aviation industry is recovering, today's seminar will be an important stepping stone for all of us to, navigate our better future together. And now moving on, I would like to invite to the stage for congratulatory remarks, Secretary General Juan Carlos Salazar of ICAO. Please welcome him to the stage with a big round of applause.
Deputy Minister Dong Soo-ha, President of the ANC, ICAO reps and colleagues from the organization, all civil aviation authorities, operators that are being present here. Good morning to everyone. In the first place, allow me to express ICAO's congratulations to the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure and Transport of the Republic of Korea for organizing this 6th International Flight Safety Seminar for civil aviation authorities and operators here in the beautiful city of Seoul. The World Health Organization has declared that the COVID-19 emergency is over, and we are all relieved by this. But as citizens of the world and as members of the aviation community, for us as an industry is just the beginning. There are many challenges ahead, and events like this one continue to help us transition from our recovery footing back to more normalized operations and even growth. The program for this seminar focuses on post-COVID-19 pandemic challenges to the aviation sector and on sustainable system reliance against future pandemics and other possible disruptions. It also identifies the safety operational measures to be attended to in order to secure a safe return to operations. Participants are encouraged to share your perspectives and experiences during the sessions, especially concerning key post-COVID pandemic resilience factors. This will include your current operations and technology capacities, the human and financial resources status, and stakeholder considerations. A first key priority in building back better will be innovation and the fast tracking of new technologies which support the digitalization and sustainability of air services. We should also seek to realize increased support for ICAO Trainer Plus and the next generation of aviation professional programs, keeping in mind the key role of each in enabling and optimizing system recovery. Our plates are full in terms of air transport innovation, including not only resilience digitalization, but also many new types of aircraft, technologies, and operations. And alongside the integration of these new solutions and new entrants to civil aviation, we must also manage the safe and orderly resumption of traffic growth and pay special attention to our overall decarbonization objectives. On that topic, while air transport has been widely recognized in the past as a hard-to-decarbonize sector, today airlines and airport operators and aircraft manufacturers are focusing much less on the only 2% that the air transport contributes to global CO2 emissions annually, and much more on what we can, or better, what we must do in order to reduce the carbon footprint. To support the states attaining the long-term global aspirational goal of carbon neutral or net zero international flights by the year 2050, which the countries adopted at the 41st Assembly last October, we will be prioritizing the work program of the organization. We are also reviewing other emerging priorities like cybersecurity, like the new entrants and the advanced air mobility, and alongside with resilience to the next global disasters. You can expect to hear more on this topic as we prepare for the next budgetary cycle, starting with the Air Navigation World events scheduled later this year in Montreal and Singapore, as well as at the 14th Air Navigation Conference that is planned for the year 2024. In conclusion, over the next few days, you will discuss a range of topics including competitiveness, air navigation efficiency and capacity, safety, security, environmental protection, innovation, human resources, and good governance. You will also importantly explore how we can work together to effectively devise and implement strategic plans to address the many challenges going forward. We are precisely here in Korea having the Global Implementation Support Symposium, where we are identifying the ways how regulators and new emerging challenges can be worked alongside with the capacity development and implementation support that we owe. I encourage you all to actively participate in these discussions, to share your perspectives and contribute to the outcomes of this seminar. Let us work together to enhance safety and as we emerge together from this pandemic recovery period and to harness the collective experience and the lessons learned for the benefit of this region and beyond. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Secretary General, for the congratulatory remarks. Yes, there are challenges ahead for the members of the aviation industry, so we will have to work together in order to normalize and to achieve the post-pandemic resilience. And now moving on, we will have another congratulatory speech brought to you by the President Tae-sung Lee of Korea Institute of Aviation Safety Technology. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, I would like to congratulate the opening of the 6th International Flight Safety Seminar for civil aviation authorities and operators. It is a great honor for me to share this momentous occasion with so many of the industry leading authorities and safety professionals in the field of aviation. I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to the distinguished guests here, including Juan Carlos Salazar, the Secretary General of the ICAO, and Mr. Dong-Soo Ha, the Deputy Minister for Civil Aviation of the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure, and Transportation of Korea. I'd like to remind you that the Aviation Safety Seminar, which was held first in 2006 as a part of the collaborative efforts between Korea and the United States, served as a precursor to the International Flight Safety Seminar. Its significance and contribution to the aviation were widely recognized. As a consequence, since 2014, the seminar has been promoted as an international event organized by the MOLET of Korea for the ICAO members, encompassing every aspect of the global aviation safety. Unfortunately, the epidemic forced the meeting to be postponed for a few years, but now I'm so grateful that we are able to gather here and resume the International Flight Safety Seminar. As the world has entered the post-COVID-19 era, the demand for the air transportation has increased drastically, and the International Air Transportation Association forecasted that the number of the passengers across the world in 2024 will reach 4 billion, which is slightly higher than the figure in 2019. Amid the current environment that is undergoing unexpectedly rapid change, similar to those occurred during the pandemic, the aviation industry is likewise facing a variety of new problems and challenges. In response, this conference will discuss various topics, including the management, new technologies, and innovation for aviation safety. Also, the various topics relate to the training for the flight safety enhancement. Last but not least, the aviation safety management in the Asia-Pacific region. I believe that this seminar can provide the opportunity to establish advanced aviation safety policies and lay out a solid foundation for the aviation industry to address the upcoming challenges. Therefore, your active participation during the next 2 days would be highly appreciated so that we could have a really meaningful and fruitful discussions. Based on the mission of the IFSSCO, we at CAST will exert best effort in our activities and the research for the aviation and navigation safety. In light of the theme of working together for the reinforcing aviation safety, we pledge our support for your aviation safety initiatives. Lastly, I would like to thank the MOLIT and the associate personnel for their hard work in organizing this conference. And I would also like to express my gratitude once more to everyone for being present today, and I hope that you enjoy the conference. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much, President, for the congratulatory remarks. As it has been throughout the past years, well, this seminar will continue to serve for the safety of the aviation community. And now, moving on, we are going to have the keynote speeches where we will start to dive into the real matters. First of all, we will have a keynote speech from President Patrick Kelleher of Air Navigation Commission of ICAO, who will be presenting about ICAO's flight safety policy during aviation recovery. Let us welcome him with a big round of applause.
Honourable Deputy Minister, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished guests in person and online, Good morning. It's an honor to be invited to address you today as we begin the 6th International Flight Safety Seminar for CAAs and operators, and I join the Secretary General in thanking the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure and Transport for so kindly hosting us. As we meet to discuss flight safety enhancement during aviation recovery period, ICAO is forecasting that air passenger demand will be back to pre-pandemic levels on most routes by the end of this year. Indeed, ICAO is forecasting an overall growth of about 3% compared to 2019. And so we genuinely find ourselves in a period of recovery. On the face of it, this is excellent news. But as the Deputy Minister and Secretary General have indicated, this resurgence is occurring while the aviation community is still recovering and rebuilding its resilience, working to embrace new airspace users, technologies and business models, and also directing considerable effort to the challenge of creating a net zero emissions future. It is these challenges that have set our agenda for this seminar. At the heart of our discussions today and tomorrow is the need to meet these challenges while also continuing to secure the high level of safety that the travelling public has come to expect of this industry. And as I share with you my personal perspective on ICAO flight safety policy during this recovery, I recognize that ICAO is just one part of a global community that shares a commitment to retaining high safety performance, even as we work together to embrace change and the benefits it promises. And this commitment is reflected in ICAO's flight safety policies, which focus on securing safety, just as the global community works to build resilience, to integrate new airspace users, technologies and business models, and to deliver on LTAG, the long-term aspirational goal. So let me take these in turn. Resilience, new users, technologies and business models, and LTAG. In relation to resilience, ICAO safety policies focus on learning lessons from the pandemic, helping to spread best practice, improving awareness and decision-making, improving cooperation and collaboration among states, and helping the global community to secure and retain the competent personnel needed to assure continuing high safety levels globally. If you check ICAO's current business plan and work program online, you will find quite a list of related activities. Many of these relating to the supporting implementation and capacity building were discussed earlier this week at ICAO's GISS conference. And our conversations today and tomorrow will no doubt include many of the others. So I am just going to pick out some examples rather than go through the full list. 3 examples in relation to resilience. The first is about applying lessons learned during the pandemic in supporting continued recovery. ICAO is considering which of these lessons to take forward in the ICAO SARPs, or guidance material, to improve resilience in the aviation system. Examples include revised provisions for renewing and extending licenses, assessments and other certificates, revised provisions for granting and lifting exemptions or alleviations, and guidance for the conduct of remote oversight activities. Lessons learned are also being applied in ICAO's security and facilitation provisions to improve the regulatory framework and better support air transport in times of global crisis. The second policy in relation to resilience that I wanted to pick out is promoting and supporting the use of state safety programs. ICAO saw that states with a sound state safety program generally found it easier to adapt and address the new risks arising during the pandemic. And so there will be a renewed emphasis on SSP implementation as another important policy aimed at improving resilience and upholding safety levels. And my third and final resilience initiative is to continue efforts to widen the appeal of aviation as a career choice. Given the need for aviation to rebuild its people capacity, it needs to be able to draw on as wide a pool of talented people as possible. ICAO has work underway within its personnel training and licensing panel to improve access to aviation for underrepresented groups. And I hope you won't mind if I also advertise ICAO's Global Aviation Gender Summit happening in Madrid in July. Moving away from resilience and turning next to new airspace users, new technologies, and new business models. I think most people will be aware that ICAO closely monitors these developments globally and on an ongoing basis. A number of ICAO events are designed specifically for this purpose, such as the regular environmental stocktake exercise, Drone Enable, or the ICAO Innovation Fair. And ICAO also organizes specific events like an advanced air mobility event being planned for September next year. ICAO sees the surge in these developments continuing unabated, and its related safety policies focus on facilitating their introduction so that the related benefits are available globally in a safe and timely manner. I'd like to pick out two related initiatives. The first relates to ICAO's own regulatory processes. Although an innovator's path to market is primarily through engagement with state regulatory bodies, ICAO recognizes the value that a global regulatory framework can offer to ensure timely availability of the related benefits as globally as possible. So ICAO intends to sustain its effort in monitoring these activities and maintaining a dialogue with those involved. But ICAO is also working to better formalize how it decides when to commit to developing SARPs and guidance materials, and also how it might accelerate its SARP and guidance material development process. And the second initiative I would like to draw your attention to is about assessing the need for SARPs and the delivery process. ICAO is already focused on providing a global framework for some of the new users, technologies, and business models. Earlier this year, ICAO established an advanced air mobility study group tasked with scoping out the work that ICAO needs to do in this important field. There is work already underway within ICAO's current work program that is applicable to the new users, technologies, and business models. And if I just pick out one example, ICAO's safety management panel is looking at new approaches to safety management that are specifically designed to address new complex systems and better manage complex software and variations in human performance. And there are many, many other examples which I could mention. I do, however, want to make a quick aside to point out that the surge in innovation is not confined to aviation. Other industries are surging too, and many are competing with aviation for people, for funding, and for access to natural resources. And I wanted to pick out one example which ICAO sees as critical to aviation's future development and continued high safety levels, and that is radio frequency spectrum. It's part of aviation's critical infrastructure that has tended to be taken for granted in the past. Aviation was fortunate to secure a comprehensive allocation of this scarce resource when there was little demand from other industries. But today, many significant global industries have a growing need for spectrum. To ensure that aviation can access the spectrum it needs now and for the future, ICAO has been calling for more focus in aviation on spectrum. First, by using our allocated spectrum as efficiently as possible, and second, by being really clear what our true needs are today and in the future, and making the case for aviation at the regular World Radio Communication Conferences organized by the International Telecommunications Union. These conversations are getting tougher and tougher, but radio frequency spectrum is a critical infrastructure for aviation and one that we must not take for granted. Let me move on from the new users, new technologies, and new business models and turn next to LTAG, the long-term aspirational goal for net zero carbon emissions by 2050. Signed at the Assembly last year, this milestone agreement served to increase the already significant impetus for change underway across the industry, seeking improvements through fuels, technology, and operational change. Understandably, SAF, sustainable aviation fuels, dominates, as does excitement about novel aircraft configurations and new propulsion systems. But this audience will be aware of the extraordinary range of change that's already available or on its way. For example, the many years of effort to maximize the efficient use of airspace not only accommodates increased traffic levels safely, but also reduces track miles, fuel burn, and emissions. Already available are much improved methods for coordination and management of airport, air navigation services, and flight operations, exploiting the latest advantages in satellite communications and navigation, and best practices in air traffic flow management, performance-based navigation, and the flexible use of airspace. Work within ICAO's panels continues towards trajectory-based operations, supported by the evolving Flight and Flow Information for a Collaborative Environment, or FFICE, concept for future ATM operations. So, as well as working to accommodate new ideas, there are a range of already proven opportunities available for wider global implementation, and more on the way. ICAO's flight safety policies focus not only on assisting in the safe introduction of new and innovative solutions, but also encouraging wider implementation of existing solutions. Let me share 3 examples of ICAO's related policy work. In relation to encouraging implementation of proven opportunities, I'd like to pick out flexible use of airspace. This is a cooperative arrangement between civil and military users of airspace, which at its most basic gives the military access to the airspace it needs when it needs it, but when it no longer needs the airspace, makes it available for civil traffic. Some states have developed this approach to the extent that they can routinely switch airspace from one user group to the other in a matter of minutes. These states create more capacity to accommodate new users and growing traffic, and more opportunity for direct routings at optimal flight levels, resulting in reduced track miles, reduced fuel burn, and reduced emissions. But despite a big effort from ICAO recently to promote this opportunity globally and to provide guidance, every ICAO region is reporting that the benefits of this approach are not being achieved everywhere that they should be. ICAO is trying to help further, this time by focusing on having a better conversation with the military aviation community so that they can have confidence in the approach and see the benefits for them, for their citizens, and for the planet. Eurocontrol will host an event next month with support from ICAO experts to get this conversation started. The second example is reprioritizing the work program to increase the focus on LTAG enablers. The significance of the LTAG challenge is such that ICAO wants to be absolutely clear which activities in its work program it must resource as a priority. This work is ongoing, but it is already clear that a significant amount of current and planned work already aligns with this priority. By the end of this year, we should have a much better focus on our LTAG supportive activities across all domains, whether it be improving implementation of existing opportunities or securing the benefits of new approaches in a safe and timely way. And finally, I did need to mention that ICAO is planning a major update to its Global Air Navigation Plan, our main policy document leading to improvements in the capacity and efficiency of the global air navigation system. Before I conclude, let me pick up briefly on a point made by the Secretary General. ICAO is arranging a sequence of events to shape its future flight safety policy options so that firm policy decisions can be reached at the 42nd Assembly in 2025. This process begins in August at the ICAO World Navigation Conference, followed next year by an ICAO Air Navigation Conference. The intent is that these events will define the priority activities for ICAO's work program, allowing ICAO to provide the 42nd Assembly with a clear proposal for what it will work on and the related resources. I want to emphasize how important it is for those who would contribute at an assembly to use these opportunities to help shape ICAO's work program and help ICAO to better identify the resource needed to deliver it. Information is already widely available for the symposium in August, and information about next year's Air Navigation Conference will appear in the coming weeks. So please do engage with these conferences and help ICAO to really shape its program for the future. And finally, this time of recovery is also a time of change, opportunity, and significant challenge in aviation. I hope my perspective on ICAO's flight safety policy during this recovery helps set the scene for our discussions today and tomorrow. And let me close by thanking you for your kind attention and by wishing each of you a successful, informative, and constructive conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President Patrick Kelleher, for the keynote speech. He has outlined the initiative that ICAO seeks to push forward for the resilience for the aviation society. Well, let us do everything we can in order to help ICAO in every way possible. And now moving on, we are to have another keynote speech prepared by Executive Director Patrick Key of European Union Aviation Safety Agency. He will be presenting to us about the flight safety policy for safer aviation recovery. However, he was unable to join us here in person. So instead, he has sent his keynote speech in a video. So why don't we watch it through the screen?
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for inviting me to speak to you today. I'm sorry that I am unable to join you personally at the 6th International Flight Safety Seminar for CAAs and operators. I will use my remarks today to look at the COVID-19 aviation return to service from the European perspective, where we are today and the outlook for the future. For this, I would like to begin by looking back at those very early days in 2020 when COVID-19 was a completely unknown disease and everyone was struggling to come to terms with the uncertainty of the situation. In the early days of the outbreak, knowledge was scarce, and just like many of you, we at EASA did not foresee the extent of the impact this would have on the sector. We were fortunate to have in-house technical expertise in aviation medicine and a strong partnership with the European Centre for Disease Prevention and Control, established through working together on topics like SARS and Ebola. This made possible the publication of a first set of recommendations as early as January. This partnership with the CDC also allowed us to develop an aviation health and safety protocol, which was instrumental in starting operations again in summer 2020. In Europe, 70% of flights cross at least one national border, and since health is a national competence, this protocol became the main reference underpinning the restart of air traffic in Europe. At the same time, we created, with European stakeholders, a dedicated task force to assess the impact of the pandemic. As part of this project, we looked at multiple areas, including the impact of storing aircraft, transport of cargo on passenger aircraft, remote oversight methodologies, exemptions to ensure licenses would not be rendered invalid, and many other measures that you are most likely familiar by now. As operations resumed, we discovered some additional safety risks up until then not anticipated. For instance, due to more direct trajectories, pilots flew unknown patterns resulting in a surge of unstabilized approaches. We also had an issue with bird strikes, with wildlife having accumulated in larger numbers at quiet airports. And then we also had challenges in staffing, in particular like last year at European airports. Looking back, we took at the same time a conservative and adaptive approach to the issues at stake. Yet, amidst all these challenges, the impact on aviation safety through the entire COVID-19 pandemic remained contained. This was thanks to the vigilance and good safety culture of all parties in the aviation community. And this brings me to today. As we approach summer 2023, traffic levels in Europe are now above 90% of April 2019 levels. With WHO now having declared the end of COVID-19 pandemic and an almost complete recovery in aviation from the associated impacts, now could be the moment to say that this crisis is behind us. Or is it? What we have very clearly learned from this experience is that a health emergency can have a paralyzing effect on our industry. The crisis response at global level called for all stakeholders to come together to overcome this challenge, and we did it. Aviation is fortunately well equipped for that due to its high degree of international harmonization and world-class risk management approach. Yet, interfacing with other sectors was the challenge, as they often do not share the same perspectives or tools, in particular in terms of risk management. After all, health is national competence the world over, while aviation is by its nature an international cross-border activity. Ladies and gentlemen, the aviation sector showed during the COVID-19 pandemic that it has the capacity to properly implement preventive measures as long as they are well communicated, mutually recognized, and harmonized at global level. It is essential that we all learn from this dramatic experience and prepare better for the next comparable emergency. In any crisis, there is also opportunity. There is a new normal emerging after the crisis, also spearheaded by technological developments. Innovation is unfolding in front of our eyes, impacting our global society in a profoundly transformative way. Aviation is driving those changes. New modes of urban aerial transport are emerging. AI is starting to show its abilities, and new engine and fuel technologies give us hope that the growth of aviation can indeed be achieved in a sustainable manner. In this context, it is worth to remember that innovation is never driven by regulators, but by the industry. Yet, our duty remains ensuring that this innovation also makes aviation safer and more sustainable. Thank you for your attention, and I wish you all a most successful event. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Executive Director, for sending us the video, though you were not able to be here with us in person. He has shared with us the safety policy for a safer recovery, that yes, the conversations, the communication as well as regulation is indeed important for us to pave our way for a better future. And this brings us to the end of the opening session. However, I would like to call upon the distinguished guests that are seated at the first 3 rows with their nameplate on front to join us in the front for a little photo session. So yes, can I call upon the distinguished guests to join us at the front for the photo session? Yes, I would like to once again thank all the distinguished guests for joining us today here at the 6th edition of the International Flight Safety Seminar for CAAs and operators. I would like to welcome the distinguished guests to join us at the front of the stage. We have the stairs ready for you as well, so please to join us for the photo. Well, Republic of Korea has joined the ICAO on December 11th, 1952, which was very early. And after joining ICAO, we internally made efforts to build the infrastructures and training for the development of the aviation industry. And this seminar has continued for 6 years in order to ensure the safety of the aviation business. And as we have welcomed our distinguished guests, yes, as we have looked perfect in the photo, make sure that those at the 2nd and the 3rd row are in between the participants so that you're seen at the photo. Yes, with that, with our photographer in the middle, please face the camera and put on your biggest smile for a bright future ahead. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. And I would like to try this typical Korean pose when we support each other and when we root for each other. We say fighting, which doesn't mean we don't like to make a quarrel, but it means to support each other. So with our right fist, we say fighting together. Yes, for aviation industry, we'll say fighting. If I say for aviation industry, we'll all shout fighting together with your right arm. Are you ready? Yes, for aviation industry. Please give a big round of applause. Thank you, everyone. This will be all for our photo session. Thank you very much, distinguished guests, for your support. And this brings us to the end of the opening session. And with that, we're going to have a break for about 30 minutes. We have coffee ready for you outside at the lobby, so please enjoy, and we'll see you back at 10:30. At 10:30, we're to resume with the sessions, so please enjoy the coffee and some conversations outside, and we'll see you all at 10:30. Thank you very much. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, let us now begin the seminar. Today's seminar is comprised of 3 sessions under these titles. First, the flight safety management for air traffic surge, and second, new technology and innovation for aviation safety, and third, the strengthening capacity building for the effective SARPs implementation, yes. This is a paperless seminar, which means that we aim to become paperless. So we're providing all the presentations file in a PDF format. You can refer to our PDF formats of the presentation files by scanning the QR code that has been inserted at the back of your name tag. For our participants who are joining us through online, you can download all the presentations file through our website. Well, having introduced all the information, let us now start session number 1 under the title of Flight Safety Management for Air Traffic Surge. This session will be moderated by Representative John Wycliffe Twigjuk of Uganda, of ICAO Council ANC Commissioner. So, please.
Is it on? Oh, okay. Thank you very much, Master of Ceremony. Mistress of Ceremony? Is that how you put it? As you've heard, my name is John Wycliffe Twigjuk. I am going to moderate this session, and it's my great pleasure to do that. But before I do that, I would like to recognize you, distinguished delegates, all protocols observed, ladies and gentlemen. And before I make a small contextual note, let me take this opportunity to convey our appreciation to the government of Korea for hosting this important event, and of course for the hospitality extended to us. Thank you so much. We appreciate. As you heard, I represent Uganda, but at the same time I'm a member of the Air Navigation Commission. You'll find out what that means if you don't. And before then, I was representing Uganda on the ICAO Council. And before, I was director in charge of safety and security oversight in the Civil Aviation Authority of Uganda. So, where do we begin? The topic has been given to you, but and everybody, especially during the opening remarks, you heard we are in the recovery mode, and we are looking forward to the period after. But before we start discussing, let me remind you where we came from, why we are in recovery mode, and talk about what happened before the recovery mode. So we have to highlight the impact of COVID on aviation. And as you know, it probably was the most hit industry, at least among the most hit. As soon as the WHO declared COVID as a global pandemic, everything in aviation came to a halt, except for a few flights which were permitted to enable repatriation of national citizens who were stranded abroad. But shortly after that, we realized that there was a need for some essential flights to continue to be operated, especially the cargo, delivering essential commodities, and later on, of course, the COVID vaccines. That was very important. And to facilitate those flights to be operated, at least fairly safely, ICAO came up with or established what was then called the Council Aviation Recovery Task Force, CAAT. And what it did was to try and guide states on what they can do to mitigate the impact of COVID. They also went ahead to produce some guidelines on what could be done. So the CAAT produced some procedures that could be used, and I think they have been the foundation for this quick recovery, but they were meant to help, especially during the pandemic situation, and also making sure that when the pandemic is over, the industry can grow sustainably. However, a lot of damage was done. And as you remember, as soon as the pandemic was declared, it didn't spare the regulators, didn't spare the operators, the service providers. They all faced the same situation with the consequence of forcing staff on forced leave, and some of them eventually terminated, and others, of course, got so frustrated and left on their own. Essential facilities like aircraft maintenance, training bases were not spared either. They were closed. So in a nutshell, the safety management or safety oversight activities came to a standstill. And that's why the CAAT was so important, because through the CAAT, ICAO was able to guide states to continue to do some remote monitoring of safety oversight activities. And then eventually, of course, we are now in a recovery program. And those remote activities, remote methods of carrying out oversight are now part of the past. Exemptions that were given are now thing of the past. So we can now celebrate, of course, because of what we did right. Both ICAO and the states, the industry is recovering perhaps quicker than we predicted. And so that is good news. But then we have to keep in mind that the infrastructure and the technical staff are not moving at the same pace. And this is going to cause safety situations or safety challenges. And this is the reason why we have to discuss what happens when traffic continues to surge, but infrastructure is not ready, the technical staff are not in adequate numbers. So that, in a summary, is what. Okay. Sorry, some bit of interruption. So in a summary, that's where we came from. That's what we are trying to address. And with me, I have what is happening? So I have to give it time. They are going to fix it? Okay. So, with me in this session, I hear echo. What's happening? Yeah, okay. So with me, a team of very professional and experienced aviators to discuss what we need to do during this recovery period and after, in order to make sure that the necessary levels of aviation safety are maintained. We will have 4 presentations. and they will give us different perspectives as I will highlight. The first presentation, and I'm going to introduce all the presenters at the same time so that we can save time. The first group of presentation will be by Brian and Robert. They are both from FAA, USA, and Brian is the coordinator for FAA for the Asia Pacific region for flight standards. He's based in Singapore. Previously, he worked in aircraft certification and flight standards division. Robert, his colleague, is the manager of AFS. And Robert, when you take the floor, perhaps you start by giving us the full name of AFS 200 Air Transport Division, which is part of the flight safety standards. This division is responsible for regulations and policies that govern certification, training, and operational aspects of commercial operators and their staff. And so, Robert and Brian will give us the perspective from the regulator's point of view. To give us the perspective from the airline's point of view is Captain Bae. He's a captain on A330 working with the Korean Air. He's also an instructor and line check pilot on various types of aircraft. He has held leadership positions as well, including head of corporate safety and security investigation. So Captain Bai will give us the airline perspective. To give us the perspective of air navigation services provider is Sunan, who is the Vice President of Aeronautical Radio of Thailand Limited. In addition, he's responsible for en route air traffic services for Bangkok Flight Information Region within the Bangkok SEC, as well as approach and aerodrome ATS for the 2 aerodromes in Bangkok. And his colleague, Toon, is Air Traffic Management Network Manager, also working with Aeronautical Radio of Thailand Limited. He's responsible for strategic ATFM, concept development and implementation in Bangkok and the areas beyond Bangkok. Finally, but not least definitely, is Dr. Kim. He's a professor of Seoul University in the Republic of Korea. He was previously the vice president of the Korean Institute of Aviation Safety Technology. He has produced over 150 national and international projects, including the master plan for the famous Incheon International Airport for the 2030. The professor will give us a perspective from the academia. And as you know, the academia are so important. They do the extensive research, data analytics, and help us to predict what is coming ahead, and also be able to find the mitigation measures if necessary. So ladies and gentlemen, help me to welcome this group of aviators to share with us the perspective of safety management during and after the pandemic. Please give them a round of applause and give them good listening. Thank you very much for now.
Good morning, everyone. Once again, I'm Brian Hutchins. I work with flight standards here in the region. We're doing a joint presentation to talk a bit about how the FAA has responded. And first of all, I want to say that I was able to participate in the last conference that we had in Busan, so it's very good to be back at the next one, and sorry it took this long to happen. Okay, sorry, going the wrong way. Okay, just a few things I would like to talk about are some of the issues that the United States face, which may not be exactly the same as all of our other partners in this region, and talk a bit about the impact it had on staff, aircraft, and some of our lessons learned and some of the actions that we've taken going forward. The first thing I want to talk about is this is a graph of the volumes of air traffic in the United States. And as you'll notice, the black line is 2020, and clearly there was a drop. But what you'll also notice is it was a shorter drop than probably anyone else experienced in this region, and also a much shallower one that we were able to, because of our domestic traffic, to move once again to a higher level. So when we talk about the changes, maybe they weren't quite as drastic as some that you faced. But we did have some of the same issues. Passenger and international traffic dropped precipitously, but cargo increased. We were moving a lot of things around, and so there was the issue of moving passenger aircraft to make them cargo aircraft, the increase of cargo. Obviously difference because most of our regulators, we're set up more for passenger aircraft than cargo, and those changes meant we had to adapt to those changes quickly. And also the airline schedules. There was no basis for airlines to make their schedules. Last quarter, last year, were no longer relevant. And I think we're seeing that now as scheduling is based on an unknown basis. And so our oversight also had to respond to that because of those changes. We also had, obviously, recency concerns with pilots, maintenance, and others who were not able to maintain all the recency that are required under the regulations. And how do we react to that? Because we need to ensure that we're having safe operations. The training disruptions, training facilities were not open. Staff was not able to travel to those training facilities or to undertake the necessary training that they had. So clearly some disruptions. One of the other big things that happened was mental health struggles that we saw with staff. And this was based on not just flying during a pandemic. Clearly the first year there were no vaccines, there were no real known cures, but we were demanding, and the airlines were demanding, that staff operate. People lost their jobs, people left the industry, people did not know when they would work next. Maybe many of you ran into this at the airlines or even with the regulators, that people were put on leave for a period of time and they weren't sure when they were going to come back. And bringing all those struggles into a normally stressful environment became even more stressful. And then scheduling and fatigue, where some international flights, you had multiple air crew who were not allowed to either stay in the country that they arrived in or were forced to stay. I don't want to call them prisons, but as many of you went through quarantines, you were in a small hotel room for many days without the ability to get outside and do all the normal things that happened. Aircraft storage, this was another issue. Large scale and long term. Normally when aircraft is stored, it's either long term with no expectation for coming back or a shorter term with an expectation to come back. But in this case, a lot of aircraft were put into long-term storage and nobody really knew when they were coming back. But maintenance needed to continue. However, the staff was not at the storage locations in many instances. So how do you move staff to maintain those aircraft? There was no stop the clock. It's not there was no possibility to say, oh, that aircraft just has no maintenance for 6 months or a year. That's just not possible. And so obviously we had to do a number of exemptions and abilities to move people and aircraft abnormally. We allowed aircraft to move in and out of storage facilities much more frequently than we would have ever done under normal circumstances, but these were not normal circumstances. Just a couple pictures that I actually borrowed from my friends from Hong Kong, but these were things that went on at airports where the airports were not being used, the runways were not being used. Aircraft, not just the aircraft, but carts and other parts at the airport were not being used, and a beehive started there. Okay, so now I want to talk a little bit about like staffing issues, but then also transition. In the presentation from this is what happened, these were the things that we faced, and and actions that we took. The staffing issues. We and airlines both had a number of staffing issues. People were laid off, people left the industry, new recruits did not happen for a period of time. And as we know, there's always a pipeline coming and going into airlines and into regulators. And that stopped. And it was a hard stop for a couple of years. And so that's part of what we need to do to recover is to how do we restart and do it better, because we lost a lot of very qualified staff, maybe near the end of their career or those who had other opportunities. And now we need more people into both regulators and industry. And I turn it over to Robert, and maybe you can go on from this.
Thank you, Brian. Good morning, everybody, and on behalf of Flight Standards Service and the Aviation Safety Organization with the Federal Aviation Administration, thank you very much for having me here today and tomorrow to talk about these very important subjects to all of us in the international environment. I'd like to add a little bit to what Brian was saying about staffing and recognize that as a regulator, it wasn't just industry, and it's still not today just industry. We as a regulator are also struggling. What do I mean by that? We are struggling with hiring. We are struggling with finding qualified staff, especially in the operations environment, pilots, dispatchers, that type of environment. And the expertise, the skills, and quite overall, the career picture that we're looking at, it makes it very challenging for us to recruit as well. So from the regulator's perspective, it is always very easy to look at industry and see those issues. It's a lot harder sometimes to look in the mirror and see those issues within your own organization as well. And that is something that we are still coping and challenging with today. From a perspective of resiliency, I think one of the largest lessons learned in the COVID environment was how our organization was prepared, although we may not have even realized it. Many of you have heard from Flight Standards in the past with the FAA about a large-scale reorganization that we had conducted in the 2017-2019 timeframe. That organizational realignment to what we call a functional organization really, we feel that prepared ourselves to be in a place to be able to adapt to the changes introduced by COVID. What do I mean by being able to adapt? That's breaking down barriers, stovepipes. No surprise, the FAA is a large, complicated organization within the US government, and breaking down stovepipes and barriers between organizations, whether it's our Office of Accident Prevention to our aircraft certification to the Flight Standards Service, was critical in how we address the pandemic. We also looked very, very early at our rules and what we could waive, provide exemptions to, deviations to, and we also were very deliberate up front in trying to identify and capture data around those deviations, those exemptions, et cetera, to figure out what was durable for the future. Although the pandemic was awful in many ways, it pushed us to change as an organization that probably would have taken many, many years for us to have gotten there on our own from a cultural standpoint. Whether that's from a lessons learned perspective of how we were able to learn from our deviation and exemption process around the industry, to developing new and novel procedures to do the same work. One of the key points that's on the slide that really needs highlighting was that the COVID and pandemic forced the relationship and really tested the relationship between the regulated entity, what do I mean, the air carrier, right? The air carrier and us as the regulator with the flight standards. What we learned was that primarily focused on the relationship between what we call a CMO, so a certificate management office, the group of inspectors within our regulatory structure that are assigned to oversee a particular airline. The success of the trust in that relationship between the regulator and industry was primarily based on the relationship of those inspectors that were assigned to that certificate and with the air carrier. The other key factor in dealing with the issues was the safety management system within those air carriers and the maturity of that system. How well did the air carrier rely on their safety management system? How strong was their hazard reporting, hazard identification, voluntary safety programs, et cetera? And when those things, what we've learned is that when those relationships are strong, not a regulatory capture perspective, but when the relationships are strong based on trust with a robust safety management system, we feel that the collaboration to work through these issues is most successful. And then finally, some novel procedures becoming normalized. Our workforce learned a lot about using Microsoft Teams, Zoom. I'm an example. You know, I work from my home in Portland, Maine. I don't know if anybody knows where that is, but it's about an hour and a half north of Boston. And I lead and manage an office that's based out of Washington, D.C. Do I go to D.C. a lot? Absolutely. Quite the frequent flyer between the spots. But we learned that work can be done in other ways depending on the nature of the work, especially from a policy, regulatory, architect perspective. The work could be done differently. From our oversight perspective, what we learned up front was that our policy didn't necessarily prohibit virtual oversight. What do I mean by that? Using cameras, video recordings, MS Teams to do inspections, collaboration with the air carrier. Our policy didn't prohibit it, but our workforce was very uncomfortable with it, right? We moved the cheese, if you will, for our workforce. And so what we did up front was we generated some internal policy memos that solidified our organization's leadership support for critical thinking and to do virtual oversight and other virtual activities. And we were very deliberate in trying to capture the data from that oversight. The idea being that the internal policy gave the employee staff the top cover, if you will, to be able to work within that framework of critical thinking, and then we use that framework to develop now durable policy on how we can do things virtually based on collaboration. An example from the operational perspective is how can we use virtual technology to observe check rides, training events, right? Instead of having to fly an inspector from the East Coast of the United States to the West Coast of the United States to observe a training class at an airline, can we work collaboratively with the airline to maybe stream that event so that that inspector can be monitoring it remotely? Those types of new and novel ideas. The next couple slides I want to highlight are some real significant work and milestones that have been accomplished by the Air Transportation Division during the COVID pandemic window. The reason why I'm highlighting them is we couldn't afford, if you will, from an organizational perspective, to shut down business. All the other pieces had to continue on in the background, and what we found was COVID was another layer of complexity that we had to deal with. One of the things that we are most proud of in that environment was our collaboration with our senior scientists in our aircraft certification office, particularly with our human factors senior scientist, and we developed, revised, and published our flight path management advisory circular. Everybody's familiar with the concept of flight path management, I'm sure, stabilized approaches, et cetera, but we're really proud of being able to finalize this policy and be able to publish it during and just after the environment. If anybody's curious, we provided a link on how to get to it. We're definitely proud of it, so if you want to take a look, the hyperlink at the bottom of the slide will take you right to the advisory circular. Another area that we're seeing significant amounts of interest in risk is high energy fires and thermal runaways. Anybody in the room not have a smartphone? Anybody in the room when they travel not have a smartphone, an iPad, and a laptop in their bag? I do. I actually have, sometimes I travel, I have my work smartphone, my personal smartphone, my work iPad, my personal iPad, and my laptop, if you're going somewhere for a while. That is a lot of lithium batteries, right? And so we're interested in how we manage high energy fires, thermal runaways, lithium batteries. Everybody automatically, I think, from a risk perspective, thinks about the cargo environment and using and transporting mass quantities of lithium batteries. But we're also very concerned about the passenger environment as well, and what I would call some where we could use, just pick my words right here, how we could better standardize how we manage high energy fires, thermal runaways in the passenger environment. Some U.S. air carriers will brief in their passenger brief from the cabin crew that if you drop your phone between the seats, don't reach for it, don't move your seat, don't go and get it, press the call button, and the flight attendant will come help fish your phone out of the seat. Other carriers don't brief that, and we're interested in understanding how that affects the risk model affects that within their safety management system and the controls that are in place. But this is definitely an area that we have a lot of interest and concerns in, and are trying to be proactive around managing this type of technology. As we're all aware, this technology and the battery technology isn't going away, so we need to find better ways to deal with the hazards that they present. Some of our actions is we're publishing resources and publications online, best practices. The FAA has a technical center, the William J. Hughes Technical Center, located in Atlantic City, New Jersey, that is focused on a significant amount of research around high energy fires. We have some cross-organizational work groups stood up, and we've also established what I would frame as an accountability framework with our Cargo Safety Executive Committee. So for example, with our Cargo Safety Executive Committee, that's executives from different organizations. For example, Flight Standards, our hazmat organization, our hazardous materials organization, and aircraft certification, and our research, where we work and have an accountability framework to deal with new hazards that are being introduced in the cargo environment. Again, if you'd like to take a look at any of the resources or the publications that we're publishing, please, you can follow the hyperlinks that are on the slide there. And then finally, the last item that I'd like to talk about is in our publication process. Fingers crossed, nobody holds me to this, but we're hoping 30 to 60 days will be finally published our revision to our TALPA policy. So takeoff and landing performance. You can take a look at the slide to talk about why from 2005, when we had a Southwest Airlines aircraft overrun the runway at Chicago Midway, and that we've developed new and updates to our advisory circular 9179, focused on break chain action reports, pilot reporting, and other guidelines to better mitigate those risks. So hopefully within the next 30 to 60 days that will be out and published. And with that, I think that takes us to the end with 1 minute and 50 seconds remaining. So.
Hello, good morning everyone. My name is Kang-Wan Bae. I'm a captain of Cranair Airbus 330 and also a head of the Cranair corporate safety and security investigation. And also I'm leading the team of flight operation quality assurance team, which is FOQA. And before beginning my presentation, if you allow me, since I see a majority of the people is Korean, I always try to greet people in my mother tongue. If you will, I really appreciate it. 안녕하십니까? 저는 대한항공 기장.
Hello everyone, I am Captain Kang Won-bae. I am currently working at the Safety and Security Investigation Team and at the Quality Safety Assurance Data Team. Today, I am going to be delivering my presentation in English. I ask for your understanding.
Thank you for your understanding. Let me start my presentation. As we all know and addressed, the COVID-19 pandemic has greatly impacted airline industry. And now we've been almost reaching end of the tunnel and on the verge of recovery of COVID-19. And it becomes crucial that we address new unique challenges that airline faces in post-pandemic recovery. By implementing proper protocols, trainings, and technology, I believe we can mitigate risks and provide a safer and comfortable experience for our customer. One of the main challenges is managing the risk of in-flight turbulence and potential injury. You have to recall injury. This is the main topic that I present to you today, and I'm excited to introduce Crania new innovative turbulence trend analysis system. And simply, in short, we say TAS. This system is designed to analyze and predict turbulence pattern in real time to take proactive measures to minimize those risks of turbulence-related injuries. While there are other solutions on the market, such as IATA, Turbulence Aware Program, which is called the EDR, which Crania also has been using it. Crania, the TAS, has been developed for further and deeper analysis of turbulence events. What makes TAS is unique is we are using the such a things called technological RPA, robotic process automation. By automating the data collection and analysis process, we can have a deeper understanding of the in-flight turbulence patterns in real time with a greater accuracy and the speed. In-flight injury can be developed to the aviation accident, ladies and gentlemen, accident, which cause lots of anxiety. So we are dedicated to doing everything to minimize those risks. Some of you may recall the AI robot TARS in the Hollywood blockbuster Interstellar. I don't know. In the movie, the TARS, as an AI robot, helped the main role astronaut, Mr. Cooper, to find the love of his life amidst the impossible journey through the Interstellar. Do you recognize it? In the movie, TAS helped him, and then the movie suggested the human being has been evolved and improved. As saying, we've always defined ourselves by the ability to overcome the impossible. And we count these moments when we dared to aim higher, to break barriers, to reach for the stars, to make the unknown known. We count these moments as our proudest moments. But we lost all that, or perhaps we just forgotten that we are still pioneers, that we've been barely begun. And that our greatest accomplishment cannot be behind us, because our destiny lies above us. I like this quotation very much because it reminds me those times when I studied learning of astronomy 101 class in the classroom with a great passion and a great awe. It was a time I was I felt like anything was possible if I just dared to dream big and pursue my goals with determination. Sorry, I'm a little bit off track. Let me go back to topic. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce you, Korean, how we developed the task. As we examine the statistic presented in the table, it becomes apparent that there has been a concerning increase in the number of cabin crew injuries, left side table, despite a decrease in the occurrence of in-flight vertical acceleration events to the right table. Doesn't it sound a little bit strange? The vertical incident decrease, but cabin crew injury picking up high increases. This raised the flag and then highlighted me the need for the comprehensive analysis of turbulence events. Simply monitoring the frequency of the severe turbulence incident is not enough to prevent in-flight injury. We must analyze all types of turbulence events, including light and moderate turbulence, as a precursor to gain a complete understanding of a turbulence situation. This will enable us to develop a more efficient and effective countermeasure to prevent cabin crew injury and ensure cabin passenger safety. By analyzing various factors such as reduction in crew speed and the use of seatbelts on operation, task can help us develop a better countermeasure. And this slide showing the conceptual description of the Korean turbulence trend analysis system. And as you may know, the current flight operation quality assurance forecast system only records the vertical G-force value of the time of the turbulence, limited with 1.7 G. I don't know whether you notice the terms, or under 0.3 G in the Korean standard. This limited data make it difficult to conduct comprehensive analysis. We need to take a look before and after the event to understand what has happened. And TAS uses advanced algorithm to analyze flight data, including wind, flight path, and altitude, etc., to identify potential turbulence events. This allows us to take a proactive measure to minimize the risk of turbulence injury. And now, getting deeper a little bit, let me explain the background and an advantage of the using robotic process automation, RPA, in Korean turbulence trend analysis. As mentioned earlier, FOQA, Flight Operation Quality Assurance System, has a limitation in providing information related to the turbulence, as it only records data for all the events. To overcome this limitation, TAS focuses on the advantage of the quick access recorder data, which is QAO data, we call it, which records every moment of every flight in a continuous manner, more than 3,000 parameters in one flight, and up to 16 frames per second, which contains a lot of data. And the necessity of the rapid conversion of the distribution of the QAO data has been increased due to the needs of real-time users and better service. However, this has also increased the high workload of FOQA analysis or data managers, because they have to work more data processes and even event management tasks and documentation work. This is the problem. To address the problem, Korean has combined it with the RPA, robotic process automation, for data mining and analysis of the data. I'm not sure how many of you are familiar with the terms RPA, so let me give you just a little background. RPA is a technology that automates repetitive and manual tasks of software robots. And this can free up a human analysis to focus on more strategic and value-added work. It has been growing in popularity, I think, in the aviation industry also for flight data management, such as predictive maintenance, certain flight operation monitoring requirements, and the fuel efficiency, of course. And overall, RPA is a valuable tool that can be used to improve the efficiency, accuracy, and compliance, and the cost effectiveness of the flight data management. And let's move on to the structure and some key features that Korean Air TOS. As you can see in the system structure map here, RPA project has made it possible to automatically extract the customized QA data on the daily basis, including a specialized data extract with turbulence-related information in the definition. The newly acquired QA data will be continuously refined with the turbulence-related information and automatically updated to the TOS data source. Our ultimate goal is to automate the entire process by adding features to visualize the data so that user can constantly have updated information. To give you a better understanding of TOS, let me demonstrate some of the key features. As for the reference, I have used the Korean Air 5 years in-flight acceleration data. Let me play. Okay, thank you. The first key feature is the turbulence density map. The turbulence density map is the standout feature of this system, providing user with an in-depth understanding of turbulence events. It generates the personalized vertical GA contribution density map based on the user's search criteria. User can select a specific region, zoom in and out, and even choose a time frame to view the intensity and frequency of the turbulence occurrence with a trend and history of the events. The color variation, as you can see on the map, indicates the intensity of the occurrence and making it easy to identify area with a high turbulence activity. In essence, the TOS system is a powerful tool that enables user to plan their flights with greater insight and confidence. Oh, okay. Second key feature is the turbulent point view, which offers a user detailed view of turbulence events. With this feature, user can pinpoint. Can you play? Okay, thank you. With this feature, user can pinpoint the exact location of the in-flight vertical acceleration event within specific time period or specific routes. We provide user with a contour map to help them to understand the geographical influence of the turbulence in the area. The color of the events distinguishes the intensity of the turbulence, and with the red representing, of course, severe, yellow, moderate, and then green for the light, and so on and so forth. The turbulence point viewer provides a user with a precise information on the location and the severity of the turbulence events. And third key feature, next one. Okay, third key feature of the system, could you play again for me? Thank you very much. Third key feature of the system is the turbulence analyzer, a powerful tool that enables user to analyze turbulence events in detail. With this feature, user can zoom in, out specific area in worldwide map and click on individual flights to view pop-up window, as you can see the left side, with the detailed flight information at the time of the turbulence events. This includes flight data, flight number, route, altitude, vertical G, speed, wind factor, SAT, seatbelt, whatever, any parameter that the user defines. With this data, user can analyze the situation that flight conditions, when the crew encountered turbulence, this allows for deeper understanding of how and why the in-flight injury occurred, and provides insight into developing a mitigation plan. This turbulence analyzer is an indispensable tool for those seeking to improve flight safety and mitigate turbulence-related risks. Okay, lastly, the turbulence trend dashboard feature. It provides user with a comprehensive view of the turbulence analysis with various QAL data-based charts. These charts offer valuable insight into turbulence patterns, enabling user to make informed decision about flight planning and the security measures. There are 4 features that TAS could provide. And I hope that this demonstration got you some idea what the TAS is about, and it is still under development, but has been proven to be effective in reducing turbulence-related incidents. And now, Crania do not want to stop here. We believe in sharing knowledge to improve aviation safety. As our seminar theme, work together. As my favorite term, Isaac Newton famously said, if I have seen further than others, it's by standing on the shoulders of giants, by standing on the shoulders of giants. We recognize that our new system is still evolving, improving, implementing new technology, and is built on knowledge and experience of those who came before us. And we are happy to share with it who are interested. Together, we can now work towards a safer future. This concludes my presentation, and if you are interested in learning more about the TAS system and the feature that I present today, please don't hesitate to come to me and contact me. I'll be around during the seminar, and I'm more than happy to answer any question you may have or providing additional information. In closing, I'm privileged to have this chance again, and I want to express my gratitude for attention of all of you today and unwavering commitment to aviation safety. And let's continue to work together to share knowledge and value and to ensure a safe and comfortable flying experience for all. Finally, I would like to say a few words in Korean again, if you will. 이것으로 발표를 마치겠습니다.
With this, I would like to conclude my presentation. If you are interested in the program that I have presented today, please contact me during the seminar and I will try to provide answers.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sunan, Vice President on Air Traffic Management of Aerothai, an aviation service provider in Thailand. First of all, I would like to thank to Molit to kindly invitation Aerothai to share my experience after or post-COVID-19. And first of all, I would like to start on air traffic demand on pre-COVID-19. So Overall traffic on pre-COVID-19 is 1 million flights a year in Bangkok Airport. That means around 2,800 flights daily. And if we look in each part, we are going first at the southern part. We are almost 256 flights a year. That means 700 flights daily. We move to the west. We have overall flight a year on 145, let's say nearly 146 flight a year. It's almost international flight and overfly, no domestic traffic. It's 400 flight daily. We are going to the north. Traffic is 248,000 flights per year. And with 682 flights daily, if we are moving to the east and northeast, traffic demand is 250,000 flights a year. That with overall growth is 8%. So overall traffic is 1 million flights a year before COVID-19. And we are looking in the historical annual traffic volume in Bangkok Airport on the fiscal year. It means starting from October to September, since from 2009 to 2022. If we're looking on the year 2009 to 2019, 10 years traffic growth around 10%, and after 2019, the traffic will drop to the year 2021. And looking on this year, the 10 of traffic growth will be coming up to 722,000 flights. That means next year we are expect to traffic to coming up the same amount before COVID. And if we are looking in the next year, 2024, traffic will be growth to come back to a million flights. That means 4% growth. That's a good sign for aviation sector. And okay, what we plan or what we did for the post-COVID-19 traffic recovery supporting measures, we have 4 measures that we mentioned to do. First is high-low. It's high-density runway operation project at Bangkok Airport. The question is why we focus on high-low in Suvarnabhumi or Bangkok Airport. Because it lasts 4 or 5 months, we found runway incursion quite often. We are trying to looking back why. Some of the reason is we have new airlines coming to the airport, to the Suvarnabhumi Airport, Bangkok Airport, not familiar with the dome layouts and procedure. And the other is in that period, we have a lot of traffic, so our traffic controller try to increase the traffic in the runway capacity. So that this is the one that we mentioned on the high-low, that we work closely with regulation and airline who are home-based in Suvarnabhumi. Last week, just meeting with the Thai Airways to looking for this operation at Suvarnabhumi. And the other thing is, the other thing that we did it on intensive ATC simulation training that we are already after post-COVID, preparing our controller to familiarize with the traffic that will increase in next few months. And for the others that we others measure that we are plan to integrate arrival sequencing tool and regional air traffic flow management and airport CDM networking development. That we will let our colleague go into the detail what we did in each measure. We hand over to Kun Piyawut.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sunan. So good morning, everyone. Piyawut Nantimekabut, or Tune Air Traffic Management Network Manager from Aerothai. Of course, I have to thank Molit for the hospitality of both inviting us to present and also all the organization of the conference so far. So I'll highlight more information on the major post-COVID recovery measures. So as far as our high-intensity runway operations concerned, it's mainly our initiative to try to increase capacity to support the expected traffic surge. And that's mainly done, achieved by selection of preferred rapid exit taxiway used at the main Bangkok airports per each runway end. And in addition to specifying target runway occupancy time so that we can try to optimize the use of the runway and of course increase capacity. This is also done in tandem with post-ops analysis that's at least done every month so that the operations is reviewed. Actual runway occupancy time figures are actually passed to the airlines so they can review their operations. And meanwhile, target versus actual separation between aircraft is also reviewed by ATC team so that they can also conduct further training to kind of rectify the gaps. So that's the high-intensity runway operations project currently in progress at the two Bangkok airports. Next one is also the deployment of this integrated arrival sequencing tool that tries to unify the calculation of the arrival sequence running into major airports. Previously, we had a situation where traffic may end up being sped up and then slowed down when approaching the airports. So with unified calculation of this sequence and the sequence being delivered to air traffic controller on the screen as a label next to the aircraft symbol, it helps in trying to first absorb the delay as early as possible, possibly in the en route flight phase rather than in the approach airspace, and also try to reduce the overall delay. So if there's only one sequence being calculated, then expected total delay should be reduced. This particular initiative is also being implemented along the line with airspace restructure of the two Bangkok airports, adding the third Utapao airport southeast of Bangkok into the airspace, so it form some sort of a metroplex around Bangkok, so as to increase capacity to support expected traffic increase post-COVID. So that's the two capacity increasing initiative. Then the third one, the next one being highlighted would be air traffic flow management service improvement, which in contrast with the previous two, ATFM initiative is more geared towards improving resiliency of the overall ATM network. So during COVID-19, of course, the regional ATFM, sub-regional, regional ATFM network in the region try to re-gear from the need for implementing cross-border ATFM measure into more like information sharing in terms of expected COVID-19 situation for each of the state administration in the region, and then also trying to pass on expected issues. So as far as aerotype perspective as an NSP, locally we try to improve the training of ATFM personnel as well as integrating ATFM training into ATS personnel as well, and also enhancing the documentations in support of ATFM service standards issued by CAA Thailand. In addition, we also did some work on enhancing the civil military cooperation, flexible use of airspace operations, and also initial unmanned UTM kind of update to as an initial step to accommodate new entrants in the Bangkok FAR airspace. So that's within the Bangkok FAR. Then cross-border, we are also trying to provide technical support, technical cooperation to neighboring ANSPs to upgrade their ATFM service capability to support the post-COVID traffic recovery, so that at least whatever capacity is available post-COVID-19 is used to the maximum extent possible. And regionally, beyond the Bangkok FAR border, so I'm also serving as a chair of ICAO Asia-APAC ATFM steering group. We did review the ICAO Asia-Pacific regional framework for collaborative ATFM. And within the framework, there's the regime of annual ATFM service maturity reporting. And this picture on the screen actually showed the maturity at early 2022, where states and administrations were being asked to assess their maturity. And then four of the Asia-Pacific administrations were reporting robust, and then 8 marginal and 12 incomplete. And after we reviewed the regional ATFM framework in 2022, the reporting came in from early 2023 with doubling of the number of robust report from 4 to 8, and some marginal and incomplete. So looks like as we try to exit the COVID-19 situation, at least the ATFM network in the region has also been developed further. So hopefully when we have a situation that capacity drops or some situation requiring resilience, then we are in better position to address the situation. And of course, on a global level, since Thailand also has a member on ATM Ops panel, as I'm actually also a panel member, we're also trying to support ICAO's effort to upgrade the policy and standards on various matters. As an example, the support of upgrade of the ATFM provisions so that we can have better guidance for states and administrations in region to adopt operations to the unforeseen circumstances, so that capacity can be scaled up and down based on the changes in circumstance. So that concludes AeroThai presentation as how we plan on supporting the expected traffic surge post-COVID-19, so we can get back to pre-COVID-19 type traffic level, albeit under new normal kind of circumstance. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Yeon Myung Kim from Hanseo University. I am right now a professor of Hansa University since last year. Before moving that university, I worked at the KIAST and COTI, COTI Korea Institute of Aviation Safety Technology, and COTI for 3 years, and the COTI Korea Transport Institute for 22 years with the Molly of Republic of Korea, like with the Director General Kyung-soo Yu and also Director General Sang-soo Kim. And I think I worked with many expert Korean in this room. So today I would like to normally I worked on some aviation policy, some safety issue, or some security issue, even airport planning. By the way, thank you for the preview, so the last to present, because my PhD dissertation was arrival sequencing model when I was in University of Maryland at College Park, long time ago, 1992. So I'm happy to hear your some suggestion for that. Anyway, okay, next slide. Oh, sure, I get it. Okay. I would like discuss about aviation safety issue and tasks in Korea. Okay. First, I will review some key points and aviation safety issues and some aviation safety plan of some Korea of the Molly, and I will mention about the tasks to do. Anyway, before I start some issue, I will mention about some key points. We need some establishment and implementation of the basic plan for the national aviation safety policy about aircraft, air transportation systems after the COVID pandemic. And also, we need some analyzation, the international aviation safety trend, and we reflect safety trend in the national aviation safety policy. And also, we need some action prevention and safe flight operation, aircraft certification systems and training systems. And also, we need upgrading and improvement of air transportation systems. First, I want to mention about some aviation safety issue on safety of flight operation in airline sector. After the pandemic, and recently the demand is recovering, so we need some selection and management of the key safety risk factor by some state safety program. And also, as the air demand is recovered, so safety management of risk factor for reoperation of aircraft and airline employee. And also, we need some data collection. So using some data, we need some analyzed, some aviation big data, so we can find some risk factor or we can find some meaning of the aviation issues. And next, some resilience. So we need some flexible response to change about our transportation environment in Korea, such as merging M&A of Korean Air and Asiana Airlines. And also, small airline business has some burden to apply same SMS standard of full service carrier. And also, they are difficult to build the safety information system. The other side, like a non-airline sector, for the helicopter, we need upgrading safety system. Still, there are continuous accidents caused by human factor and some weather. And for the training aircraft, so yeah, Hanzo has about 50 training aircraft. So still, we need some improvement of safety. So still, there are a small accident caused by error of situational awareness and experience control. So, and the second issue is manufacturing and certification and MRO. So aircraft, in terms of some aircraft manufacturing, we need developing or some establishment of aircraft certification system, such as type certification, product certification, airworthiness certification for the future flight mode, such as eVTOL or UAM. As I told you, I worked at the CAAS, Korean Institute Aviation Safety Technology, mostly handle this certification system. But right now, very few manpower, and also they require some advanced technology and some standard. So yeah, in the morning, President Tae-sung Lee, who is the president of the CAAS, gave some congratulatory speech. So he is my success of the CAAS. So when I was in CAAS, I felt our aircraft certification system is require, more manpower and technology and some support from Molly. So we need this kind of aviation aircraft certification system. And we need some localization of part. Well, we encourage the use of some certified parts that are made in Korea. Yeah, I told many times in other seminar about some certification and the importance of certification. So yeah, anyway, and later. And next, and the air transportation system. So we need increase the airspace capacity before the completion of a new airport construction and the first phase of the Incheon International Airport expansion development. Korea has a plan to build another 6 new airports in near future. So we need some increase in the airspace. And we try to use system, some flexibly, the airspace between civil and military. Korea has some special situation. So still 64% of airspace used by military. So we can share those space. That's our job to be solved in the future. And all the things is data driven and establishing an integrated aviation information management system. And in terms of the ATC operational efficiency to respond the air traffic growth. And the training of aviation personnel. So as many as expert dimension, supply and demand outlook. Right now, lack of the aviation personnel management and infrastructure for the education and training. So we need some human resource education and training systems. It is very important. In near future, the high technology in air navigation is going to be introduced. Then we need some training for them. And also, we need some amendment of Korean aviation some license system based on some ICAO SARPs. And next, I would like to introduce the UAM ALPA's airspace issues. So, Korean government has a plan to be commercialization of UAM in 2025. So already the Korean government start the Grand Challenge Stage 1. So right now they try to operate UAM and collecting the data. And second, we need some manufacturing or MRO certification for the UAM industry in the future. So yeah, same as told you before, we need some aircraft or UAM certification system. And also the UAM we need technical roadmap, and already we have some KUAM concept version 1.0 for the UAM commercialization. And yes, as I told you, let me brief. Okay, this is the main aviation safety plan and goal of the MOLI of the Republic of Korea. So Korean government has like an establishment of global leading smart aviation safety system. And also the goal is the development of aviation safety in transportation and non-transportation. So wants to keep zero fatal accident in transportation. And there are 6 directions to do this goal. So I'm focusing on 3 directions, like manufacturing MRO and air transportation system, and also training of professional personnel. So first, development of aircraft manufacturing industry by upgrading maintenance and some certification system. So as I told you before, so aircraft certification system is very, very important. But still, Korean government and also CAAs has to go a long way to get some manpower or some standard or some regulation for that. Anyway, we need upgrade the capability of certification systems such as type certification or some production certification and airworthiness certification. So we need some strategy for supporting aviation part manufacturing industry. And also we need improve our safety certification system for the UAM industry, as I told you. And also some maintenance system for the sustainable safety. Say next. And some development of MRO technology. In the future, oh yeah, we're going to use the high technology. As I, Captain there and other people already mentioned about this high technology to use aircraft or aviation safety. And also, we're going to use some smart MRO technology using ICT technology. So next is the, some securing capacity for development airport and advanced system. So we need some securing airspace to develop a new airport and the Incheon International Airport Phase 4 project. So increase airport capacity or some airspace capacity by improving departure arrival some separation rule. And we need some optimization of air navigation system by modernized airspace system. So, as the third speaker mentioned about some ATFM, so we need that kind of some high technology, some tool to increase capacity of airspace or some airport. And we need like data analysis. So we try to, CAAs also try to collect some big data. So after analyze the big data, so we can find some like a risk factor for the aviation safety. So we need this kind of some air transportation management system. And also, we need some improvement efficiency through innovation in ATM. So improve the operational efficiency through the improve the ATC, or we using the high technology. And next is the training professional who lead innovation in the aviation industry. So human resource for the future generation air transportation. So we need some systematization of career management for aviation human resource. Also, we need development of systems and infrastructure to train high-quality aviation professionals. And also, we need some prevention of accident related to human factor by improving education and regulation. So we need strengths, the education and training by some systematization of a CBTA or some. Also, we try to connect worldwide for the global education. And also, we need some strengthen some national license system and establish professional management platform. Okay, I'm trying to finish here because time's almost up. Anyway, thank you very much, and I hope you enjoy your time when you stay in Korea. Thank you.
Thank you very much, good team, and of course, very exciting presentations, a lot of things to take away for the regulators, the industry, the airlines, the manufacturers, and of course, the academia. So now, I would like to open the floor for questions. Before these gentlemen get off the floor, the stage. If you have not sent in your question, but you have a question, please let us know. Just put up your hand, and you'll have the microphone. Yes, while we are waiting for the microphone to come, I think there is a lady over there. Please, who has the microphone for going around? Okay, go ahead, madam.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm So-hyun Park, the Assistant Director to Division for Aviation Safety Policy and Licensing Division of COCA Molit. And I would like to ask a question to Mr. Kang from Korean Air. It's quite impressive that Korean Air is analyzing turbulence event data in a very detailed and automated way. First, I would like to let you know that safety events related to turbulence are also one of the recent interests at the state level. Since turbulence injury events have been increased recently for the past 5 months, there were already 5 cases, including 1 accident. And it's a very high number compared to last year's just 4 events related to turbulence. So the public concerns for the flight safety is also increasing. So COCA is working on some possible mitigation methods to reduce any risk related to turbulence in regards of flight safety. For example, we are trying to make a real-time sharing system of the turbulence data utilizing some PIREP and AREP data from airlines. And in addition, ICAO and other leading states like US are recently introducing predictive safety management from reactive and proactive safety management. So in this regard, I wonder if Korean Air has any plan for predictive strategy with the data from TAS related to reduce the risk related to turbulence. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Park. It's a great question. You have broadened up the question, not only the topic I made, but you just touched not only the injury cases, but to broaden up the older, I would say, safety management system. Because the purpose and then goal of the safety management system is the preventive, not the active. Well, I would say historically, SMS are developed based on reactive. Still, we somehow, I think, SMS focusing on pretty much on reactive because we kind of are based on an assumption that a certain accident happened, and then there is a reason, one good reason why. Actually, when it comes to the accident investigation, there is no just one probable cause. But we are working on that way. This is the probable cause, and then we do some mitigation plan with this one so that there is no accident follow-up. But history shows, even though whatever we do, it's come along. Because the approaches, I believe, is a little bit different. That's why I think in the high end of the safety management, come up with, as you point out, the preventative, leading indicators, all the stuff that come along. And as you point out, that's why Korean Air implementing a new technology of RPA, robotic processing automation, which is just a simple technology. But I believe industry, especially aviation industry, very, very conservative to implementing new technology. Because I had made a presentation, some of the I made some of the comments in the GISs and also about this. Our aviation history is written in blood, and it's about the people's life. And that's why there's no proven factors come along with it, and we're not going to implement it. But now I think we are approaching the very, very interesting point. As the keynote speaker pointed out, the technology, comparing to the conventional historical technology and the nowadays technology, I think the degree of gravity is changing. So I personally believe, aviation as a safety expert, we have to reconsider very carefully if you have a good support with a data-driven proof, then you have to, or you're willing to accept that implementation. To answer your question, that's why we implemented the task development. It's not only we are focusing on the only turbulence injury cases, but we expand idea. The RPAs give a very, very good tools to not only only on the topic of turbulence, but also some of the other flight data management. As I said, preventive maintenance, which is very good. And you can make a very, very efficient. Well, talking about the not efficient things, but it is very efficient. And also lots of flight operation safety monitoring things. I don't know whether it's a good answer to you. We can collaborate together, if you will. By the way, my name is Captain Bae. Not Kang. Sorry. My name is Kangwon Bae Kangwon. Sorry. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much for the question and good answer. We just have time for one more question. I see the gentleman here, and maybe if the organizers allow us 5 more minutes, there will be another question over there. So please, yes. And perhaps be brief, and the answer is also brief, so that the two questions can be taken. Thank you. Who has the microphone? Here.
Good morning. My name is Philip Joe from Asian Airlines. I have a question for Korean Air turbulence system. It was a very, very nice system that you have. It's a congratulations. I have a simple question. Once you get the data, and if you have a data is visualized on a map, then how fast the pilot can receiving those informations? And if so, is it possible during the flight if the en route, if the weather condition changes, then they possibly receiving those information, then pilot can avoiding a turbulence area? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. That's another very important question about this kind of program. That reminds the question when I had some of the discussion with that EDR. They provided a similar kind of question, but we've been through some of the long discussion, but we are kind of using it still. But at the end, the problem is the connectivity. Once in the cockpit they have a kind of wireless connection, then they are able to get the real-time data right away. But right now, I think at the Korean Air and then some of the airline, Asian airline too, have I think recently initiated a kind of wireless program in flight recently. So I think that's also the problem. To answer the question that how fast we can get it, as I said, no, we are kind of right now working on a very hard. This is not end because we have a kind of a web-based program right now as an initiative, and then on the ground we can be use it as a kind of flight planning purpose, and then had a great idea before coming out flight what happened, and then and as for the manager, they can have a great idea what has happened before and after, and all the parameter of the operator defines. And with this information, they can have a very good mitigation plan in specific cases, specific situations, or a specific route, or certain, what can I say, weather patterns. It's our ultimate goal. At the end, maybe as a second plan will be web-based, moving to the app-based, so that the pilot or any user wanting to use it, and then they can click on an iPad or their phones, and then opens up, and then they can have almost the real-time data. That's the characteristic of the QAR data. Once, by using the RPA, QAR data maybe come down from the airplane to the data center, and then uploading to it will be done, automatic process, automation, RPA. And then that's why I said not fully real time, but almost real time. But once you have a Wi-Fi connectivity, and then once you speed it up by this kind of process, yes, it's almost real time, you have an information. I don't know whether it's answered.
Thank you, Captain, and thank you for the great question. Everybody, I think, is interested in that kind of information. We are always scared of the turbulences. A question over there, and no, one question over there. Only that one is the last one. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Program Director. My name is Captain Eric Matava. I'm the Executive for Aviation Safety Standards and Assurance in South Africa. What I wanted to know, thank you very much, first of all, for the presentation, very wealthy and rich presentation. I just wanted to know where is the position of aircraft manufacturers? What statistics do we have in this kind of research in terms of statistics, research, and is it across all types? Yeah, just some feedback you have. Thank you.
Do you have anyone you're asking that question specific?
It's from the presentation on turbulence injuries.
Oh my goodness. Is it so scary? Okay, Captain, very briefly, if you have an answer for him, but you are not a manufacturer, do you have the answer?
I think broader than Mr. Park. Maybe we can face-to-face talk later on. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you, Captain.
So, as a way of thanking you, I have the last question for you. As they say, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. But then there is a warning that it will come back. And sometimes it may come back even harder than before. So we have seen COVID. There are speculations that there could be something even worse than COVID. Are there takeaways from COVID? Are we now resilient enough to deal with if it came back or something worse? Can you give us your views? And I'll ask each one of you to make some summary of your point. If you think we are resilient enough in the future to deal with such emergencies. Thank you.
Okay.
Starting with Brian.
Okay, I'll start. Thank you. Very quickly, Okay, sorry. Very quickly, I think we are more resilient just from going through the experience we've all learned, and I think we're going to react faster. So I would say what we've learned is our reaction times have increased. Aviation is often a very slow, methodical process. I think we move very quickly this time. I think we are going to move even more quickly the next time we do it. That's all.
Thank you for the question. I would just add that I think now's the time that we should be taking a look backwards at what worked, what didn't work, and look at how do we develop and put in processes, conversations, decision points. How do we build an architecture around what we know from the pandemic? I think to say that we could have a plan for everything that could possibly happen, I don't think that's necessarily realistic. What I think is realistic is having that framework and understanding and having your organizations, whether it's a regulating entity or an airline, and having those contingency plans in place and having the processes on how you're going to address the issues as they come up is where our next steps really need to focus.
Thank you, Robert. Now, Captain Baye, you have an opportunity to answer something not turbulent.
Very short. I kind of agree with Robert saying that when we ask a question to the elementary school boy, what is the gravity? He will say, I don't know. And then we come to the very high-end physicist and ask a question, what is the gravity? Definitely they will answer, I don't know. But we have to understand the difference between this answer, I don't know. I think it tells us the experience that we've been through this crisis as an experience. Yes, this is life. I'm not only talking about the pandemic itself. Crisis will come. We are not only focusing on the pandemic itself. Same kind of things come out. This is life. It's reiterating, but we experience it. We learn things from here. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain. And now, Mr. Sunan. Oh, okay. Tun.
Okay. So, okay, just based on the last two slides of my presentation, I think that the region is better prepared to address contingency situation based on more mature ATFM network. But of course, we have to look into whether this contingency is a short-lived, short-term versus long-term. So if we're talking about short-term type situation, then having a good operating ATFM network should help. But then if we go a longer term, like the situation like COVID, then we may need to rethink how, let's say, ANSPs are being structured. So when we have the privatized ANSPs, then generally when traffic goes up, it's good. But then when traffic comes down, what do we do with the revenues that dry up? Like, let's say, 90% reduction of traffic in a very short time period. So there might need to be some thinking that we need to do, and then some further actions to somehow adjust ANSP business models so that eventually, if we have significant traffic reduction similar to COVID-19, we can have more resilience for that kind of situation. Yeah.
Thank you, Tun. And Professor, you have the last say. Please tell us in your research whether you have any advice for us for the bigger emergencies that may come in the future.
All right. As I mentioned about some aviation industry. So aviation industry has an ecosystem, like a manufacturer, some operation, and some MRO. So Korea has a good for some operation. But for the manufacturer and MRO are not good in Korea. So we try to develop and so operating our some aircraft certification system for the manufacturer, and also some MRO. So please support our country and some kiosks to operate this kind of system. Thank you very much. Have a nice lunch.
So ladies and gentlemen, I would like to ask you to join me in giving a big round of applause for the good presentations. I know that there were many, many questions to come, but we just don't have the time. Maybe next year. So please, a good round of applause for the excellent.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. But I don't think we'll have to wait until next year because, you know, we have the lunch time so that you can ask personally the questions. Yes, we will now go. It was really great to see all the participants fully engaged in the conversations during the first session. Please give our moderator and the speakers another big round of applause. Thank you very much for the fruitful session. And as mentioned, we're now going to move on to the lunch break, where we'll be having the lunch break until 1:30. So if you want to make the time most of it, maybe you can ask our participants questions. Well, for the participants on site, the meals will be served to your seats. So with the meal coupons that we have prepared for you at the registration desk, please put it on the table so that the box will be delivered to you. The meal box will be delivered to you when you put the coupon in it. And for the distinguished guests or the VIPs who have joined us for this occasion, you will be guided to a separate room for the luncheon. So thank you very much, and we will see you all at the afternoon at 1:30. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the second session is about to begin, so may I ask all the participants to now enter the hall and be seated. The official language for today's session will be in English, so we're providing simultaneous interpretation throughout the way. Please fix your receivers to channel 1 for Korean and channel 2 for English. Yes, we would like to inform you with the emergency escape route. In the event of the emergency, please follow the instructions of our staff and evacuate safely. Thank you very much. We will begin momentarily, so please do take your seats. Thank you very much. All right, everyone. I think we're ready to begin with our afternoon session here at the 6th edition of the International Flight Safety Seminar for the CAAs and operators. Well, we're going to begin in the afternoon session with the second session entitled New Technology and Innovation for Aviation Safety. For this session, and this session will be moderated by Chief Wesley Carey of Remotely Piloted Aircraft System Section, Air Navigation Bureau of ICAO. So please.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you all had a good lunch, and I'd like to really thank the organizers for putting on a very nice lunch. Thank you. Just make sure I understand how this works. Okay, so this afternoon session, we're going to be talking about new technology and innovation for aviation safety. Well, one of the things that is clear is that the aviation system is constantly evolving. We have new changes coming to us all the time. So looking at technology, innovations, they're coming at us from every direction. And both of these present new risks to aviation safety, while also, with proper planning and understanding, they enhance safety. So they may have new aspects that they're bringing in, which is always a little threatening, it's always a little risky, but at the same time, more often than not, they're there to try and improve safety. So that's what we're going to be looking at. We have new types of aircraft conducting new types of operations. We also have new types of solutions for existing requirements, and new data from both conventional and novel sources, and ways of exchanging that data and information. We'll be hearing about several of those. So again, all of these present threats to civil aviation safety, but at the same time, they bring all sorts of improvements, from efficiency to access, security, and most importantly, to an even safer aviation system. The industry, the providers, and the regulators are all looking at how to maintain, if not improve, the aviation system, even as the system is expanding into new locations with new types of businesses. So for myself, we'll get into the introductions. For the last 16 years, I've served as the lead of the UAS and RPAS activity at ICAO. This has given me a front row seat at how we address aviation safety while facing a vast number of new technologies and innovations. And as the moderator of this session, it's my role to assist in increasing everyone's understanding of some of the new technologies and innovations happening across civil aviation and how safety is ensured or enhanced with their introductions. So I hope you'll all listen intently to the speakers and bring your questions to us at the end. So let me introduce the panelists. Now, we've already heard from Robert Reckert in the last session, but he'll be briefing us on what the United States Federal Aviation Administration is doing regarding harmonized development of RPAS and AAM into controlled airspace. Then we'll hear from Mr. Jin-Young Hong, who is Deputy General Manager of the UTM and UATM Department of the Korea Airport Corporation, with responsibility for conducting NAVAID inspections. He will tell us about the introduction of Drone ILS VOR Analyzer, which is a new way of inspecting NAVAIDs and collecting the data. He'll be followed by Mr. Dongmin John, manager of the apron control team at the Incheon International Airport Corporation, who will inform us about the application of digital tower technology for ATC safety. He has a background as an air traffic controller and specializes in the analysis of using fast time simulation and contributes to the Smart Integrated Control Platform at Incheon Airport. And next we will hear from Crystal Kim, Air Traffic Management Technical Officer in the ICAO Secretariat, who will brief us on some of the upcoming ATM-related programs that are expected to provide many safety enhancements. And as the Secretary of the ATM Performance and Requirement Panel, as well as the Operational and Data Link Working Group, she really is a foremost expert on these topics. And she'll be talking to us about trajectory-based operations, free flight, and system-wide information management. So let's get started. And I'll talk to you first about what we're doing about getting RPAS, remotely piloted aircraft systems, into the conventional air traffic management operations system. We'll look a little bit at terminology, the categorization of these new types of aircraft, regulatory frameworks, the training courses, and upcoming events. But most importantly, when we're looking at unmanned aircraft, understanding that any aircraft that is intended to be operated without a pilot on board is an unmanned aircraft. But it's still an aircraft. It's not a vehicle, it's not technically a drone, it's not all sorts of things. It is an aircraft, whatever else it might be referred to as. Kind of like a cargo aircraft, a passenger aircraft, a commercial aircraft. It can be all of those. Then we subdivide unmanned aircraft into those that are certified. We have categories for specific and open, and I'll talk a bit about each of these. What I won't talk about are unmanned balloons. These are still unmanned aircraft within the ICAO framework. Free balloons, managed balloons, such as what the Google Loon balloons that used to be flying around the world as managed balloons. So we'll look at all of these a bit. Now, there are three different categories that ICAO has been working with. These categories were developed by JARIS, the Joint Authorities or Joint Authorities. Now that I've totally forgotten what this acronym stands for unmanned systems. They have the three categories: open, which is very simple, recreational type drones. Small professional drones that are flown visual line of sight, but always with very low risk to third parties. So those are regulated, but the regulations can be very simple. Then we have a specific category where the operations or the aircraft are becoming more complicated. They may not be just operated within line of sight of the remote pilot. They might be much further away, hundreds of kilometers away. Then we have the certified category. The certified category is what we're used to in civil aviation. This is the very prescriptive approach to airworthiness and operations, licensing, air traffic management. What we're looking at here is how to get aircraft ready to be operated in the conventional international IFR type arena, conducting standard operations. So this is very similar to conventional aviation. has most of the same types of requirements to it. So 3 different categories. There are no clear distinctions between the categories. It's all kind of a gray area, but as operations or aircraft become more complicated, they slide across this scale. And with the scope of ICAO's work, looking at the blue section at the bottom, the open category is very low risk. Very few people that would be affected if anything goes wrong with the operation. We have model regulations covering this called Part 101. Then the specific category there in the middle in the green, where there's a medium level of risk. The regulations become a little more complicated to match the risk to third parties. That's Part 102. And then the certified category, where we're talking about ICAO annexes, standards and recommended practices within the annexes. Well, first we'll go into the certified category. We've had an expert group at ICAO comprised of individuals from around the world, both from industry and regulators, that come together as the RPAS panel. And they've been developing SARPs ever since 2014. This is the primary focus of the work at ICAO on remotely piloted aircraft, or unmanned aircraft of all kinds. And looking at international operation, how to get these aircraft ready to be operated as part of that regular system in and out of airports, flying in and out of Incheon Airport, going to Narita. So these aircraft then have to be certificated in accordance with Annex 8. The airworthiness standards are already there in Annex 8 on how to certificate remotely piloted airplanes, remotely piloted helicopters, and remote pilot stations. So the approach on this remains consistent with conventional aviation, requires a traditional certification process, and it does not diverge unless there is really a need to do so. So a remote pilot station is not on the aircraft. It's not the flight deck, it's not the cockpit, it's a remote pilot station. It is separate, but it has the same functionalities. So there is divergence. And we're really looking at long-haul type operations with many of these. Think of it as an A320, except that there are no pilots on board the aircraft. And these aircraft that can be airborne for days or weeks or even months at a time. So they're not just taking off from one airport and going and landing. A few hours later, they may be airborne for days on end. Oh, we've already completed the remote pilot license. After all, piloting these aircraft remotely is not the same as being a pilot on board an aircraft. So, what are the new kinds of requirements for that remote pilot? A competency-based license that contained in Annex 1. These were applicable November of last year. So these standards are all there ready for use, along with the competencies that are identified in the PANS training. We have a type certificate process and the certificate of airworthiness. These are contained in Annex 8, just as for other airplanes and helicopters. These are effective now and applicable in 2026. So applicable meaning that they are, at that point, mandatory for use. Right now, they can be used on a voluntary basis. And just like for air operators that have an air operator certificate, commercial operators, we have developed an RPAS operator certificate. This is not just for commercial operations, however, it's for any and all international operations. We do not distinguish between commercial air transport and general aviation or business aviation. We've done away with those distinctions and just said, if you're going to operate a remotely piloted aircraft internationally, you have to have an RPAS operator certificate from the state of the operator. So this is contained in Annex 6, Part 4, which is not yet in place. It's undergoing the approval process at ICAO currently. It's already been out for state comment. All of those comments are being assessed and responded to, and that information will all then be taken and presented to the Air Navigation Commission later this year. But we anticipate that those standards will be adopted in March of next year. Safety Management System, Annex 19. Likewise, that is in the review process now as part of the approval process. All with the same deadline, November 2026 for applicability. And ATM and various contingency procedures. So contingencies, things like the C2 link that connects the remote pilot station to the aircraft. If that fails, what is the aircraft expected to do? What is the remote pilot expected to do? What does air traffic control do in response? So these procedures are all there, going into the approval process as we speak. So that's the certified category, the very high end of these aircraft. But that's actually not where most of the aircraft reside. So what about the other categories? We've got the open category, where we have the UAS model regulations. This is guidance material for civil aviation authorities to make use of. They can take these regulations, put them in place for their own state, make the adjustments as necessary, but it has a comprehensive, albeit very baseline set of regulations. And these are based on existing regulations, particularly from New Zealand, but with additions from other countries. The regulations do cover remote pilot licensing. If you're not doing international IFR type operations, your requirements are not going to be nearly as stringent. So the licensing requirements within these model regulations are appropriate for these smaller domestic type operations. But they still include things like safety management, because we really never get away from the need to assess the risks, hazards, and build our safety management around that. The guidance material really provides best practices that has been learned from multiple states, and it's a living document. We keep it online, available for everybody to download as they need and make use of. The types of requirements for this open category. We're looking at aircraft 25 kilos or less, so not particularly large. Types of use cases, real estate photography, most significantly recreational users, but there are a lot of businesses that make use of these aircraft. Conducting operations visual line of sight, where the remote pilot can always see the aircraft and the sky around the aircraft to ensure that there are no other aircraft or other hazards that might be encountered. Now, we have the specific category, which is the big gray area between the very simple open category and the very complicated certified category. At this point, we don't have certification standards for these aircraft, but a lot of them will be used for conducting international operations. So we need to be aware that how we are going to move forward with this specific category is likely going to be rather complicated. We have in the requirements here in Part 102, there's a means to issue various certificates for the operator as well as the remote pilot. It takes an operation-centric, risk-based approach. So what the operator is going to do with a particular aircraft in a particular location might be approved, but change the location or change the aircraft, and the operation might not be approved. It depends on how the combination of location and aircraft and what the operation exactly will be. All of that is taken into consideration. It also includes requirements for manufacturers. So a means of compliance, declaration, requirements for documentation and records, but all of these are scaled down dramatically from what we're used to across civil aviation. Now, all of the regulations, these model regulations, advisory circulars, are available on the ICAO public website. We include with it as well information on the carriage of dangerous goods on these small aircraft. It is amazing, especially during COVID, but for other humanitarian purposes as well. Vaccines, syringes, and needles were often being delivered by drones. So we needed to develop guidance material, and the Dangerous Goods panel at ICAO worked on this with us to try and make it as appropriate as possible for these types of aircraft and operations. We've been working to develop various training courses. We have 4 different courses online at this point. One on an overview of unmanned aviation fundamentals. We also have a course on operations, one on regulations, and another on safety management. So these are all courses that you can register for them through the ICAO Global Aviation Training Group. And we have a 5-day in-person course, Unmanned Aviation Fundamentals. This is really aimed for Civil Aviation Authority personnel that will be working to develop policies or regulations and how to implement those within the CAA. We're really trying to target middle management level for this course. It covers policy development, regulations, safety and operations. It also gets into some aspects like how to put together a communications package to tell stakeholders, the public, operators, conventional aviation in the state, what the CAA is doing with these regulations. And finally, we have an ICAO IPAC, an implementation package for states. We've been getting some really good feedback on this. We have a dedicated subject matter expert who works with the individual CAA and provides a great deal of training. We have the tools available and documents that the SME works with the CAA to help implement based on what their current level of implementation already is. And then we have 2 upcoming events. Drone Enable, which many have probably heard about. We've been conducting these for several years. Drone Enable is our way of trying to get information directly from innovators on what are the solutions that should be put forward into guidance material. We started out with things like how should we accomplish remote identification of the aircraft? We've talked about how to integrate air traffic management and UAS traffic management, ATM and UTM. What are the boundaries between those? What information needs to be exchanged? Communications. What are the types of, or what kind of communication systems can be used for UAS traffic management? So we hold one of these each year, putting out a problem statement, asking for people to come tell us the best way to solve the problems. And then next year, in September, we will have the first Advanced Air Mobility Symposium, looking at all sorts of things that are coming, the electric, vertical takeoff and landing, aircraft, passenger carrying in particular. But AAM is much more than just those. It's also UAS. It's also UTM. So looking at that entire environment, we hope to see you there. And with that, I'll say thank you and invite Robert to come take over and present on what the FAA is doing. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks again for having me, and my apologies for having to listen to me twice in one day, especially after lunch. Hopefully I can maybe get a couple smiles or something, keep everybody awake. But here to talk about the agency's efforts around advanced air mobility and update around what we're doing with advanced air mobility and unmanned aircraft systems, or UAS. Please bear with me as this presentation went through a lot of levels in our organization, and I recognize some of the time challenges we have. So some of the slides I'm going to move a little quicker on and then pause on some other slides, if you will. So the first few slides really just talk about, green button's supposed to work, there we go, really just talks about our organizational structure, right? So here's what the Flight Standards Service looks like within the FAA, and you can see the 4 white boxes below the blue boxes really just highlight the 4 functional areas that we've organized into. The Office of Safety Standards, where I work, we have a multitude of staff with different responsibilities, and just wanted to highlight the complexity of the challenges with an organization as large as the FAA. And then finally, our FAA UAS integration, or excuse me, AUS UAS integration office, which sometimes, quite honestly, due to the size of the organization, that we struggle honestly internally about what and how we work together, and which is what makes collaboration so important between the different organizations, as we do have different responsibilities, but we have the same goals moving forward. First slide that I'd really like to maybe take a minute and really talk through is very similar to what the material previously presented was. What's our emerging entrant integration strategy? Similar to how ICAO is looking at things, we're looking at it the same way we're looking at things on the risk continuum or the safety continuum, where we're willing to accept more risk, less regulatory structure when we have low complexity, low risk operations. And obviously, as we move up the safety continuum, whether that's the societal risk or the society's perception of the risk, safety, regulatory structure needs to be strengthened. Obviously, recreational visual line of sight operations have obviously a lower risk and a higher risk tolerance than passenger carrying operations under concepts such as advanced air mobility, et cetera. Apologize for the small type on this one. I'm even having trouble reading it from up here a little bit. But our drone integration strategy really focuses on our implementation and our priorities and activities. What is the strategy? It's mapping out all the tasks that have to happen to bring those new technologies and new aircraft into the system. For a long time, we used the term normalize. If you've heard that from the FAA before, really just represents how do you take a new technology, a new way of doing things, bringing it into your system and integrating it with all of the components, whether that's licensing, certification of the aircraft, operation in the environment, et cetera. From a strategic perspective, that we wanted to kind of in that same philosophy of crawl, walk, run. That's the idea of having incremental steps, being collaborative with our stakeholders, whether that's industry or our internal partners within the agency, and that the strategy was holistic and encompassed, all of the different parts of the system, right? The aircraft, the airmen, air traffic, operations, ground infrastructure, et cetera. This is one of those slides that I think everybody calls the wow slide, right? We think we've got 2 of them here, but it's big numbers that we're dealing with. I'm not sure, and I'm happy to talk through after with anybody. 878,000 registered drones in the United States. That's a lot of drones. 320,000 remote pilots. But I think what some of the positive sides of all of this show that the societal acceptance of these types of operations is growing, whether it's industry, academia, collegiate schools, training, et cetera. Folks are embracing the technology and moving forward together. Industry trends, lots of airspace authorizations that we spend a lot of time on. That's almost 1.5 million or 1.4 plus airspace authorizations and 345,000 commercial drone registrations. You can take a look on the right-hand side, delivery flights. We have a number of certificated air carriers right now in the United States that had participated in some of our pilot programs, and I don't mean like pilots as in something new, but our pilot programs with 6 different air carriers, and you can see the number of delivery flights. Very vastly different business models, from delivering packages to moving medical test samples, from hovering UAS with lower packages on winches to optical scanning systems to detect obstacles on the ground, to flybys with parachutes. All very interesting technology and all very different ways of looking at similar operations. Getting into some of the meat and potatoes about how, about how our system works in the United States. What we will do a lot of times to propagate a rulemaking is form an aviation rulemaking committee. And what an aviation rulemaking committee is a sanctioned body by the FAA that consists of subject matter experts and industry representatives. And we do this in a lot of different areas, from air carrier training through UAS. One of the most recent ones that was completed was our Beyond Visual Line of Sight, or our BVLOS ARC. That ARC had come up with 5 sets of recommendations that they had put into 5 buckets, if you will, around risk tolerance, operations, the operator, the aircraft, and how third-party services can be involved. The ARC has completed its work and provided its recommendations to us as an agency, and we're working through those recommendations together. Next slide's really more about timelines. And again, I think the lady that was facilitating at the beginning had said these presentations will be available via PDF or electronically, so I don't want to spend too much time on the timeline. But as you can see, this is our timeline around remote identification and our implementation timeline update. How we got here, in October of 2022, we had started accepting applications for organizations to be represented as CBOs, or community-based organizations, that could then build and identify an area where the aircraft could operate, recognized identification areas. We've not actually had anybody actually apply for that at this point, but you can take and click on follow the link to that process and get more information around how that process works. Safety risk management, this is aviation, right? We need to learn, we need to be proactive. We need to incorporate the pillars of a safety management system. SRM is very important to us also internally within the FAA. I'm not sure about other CAAs, but as a regulator, we have implemented a safety management system within our organization as well. And we've identified some priorities for the organization. Our order 8040.6, which is available online, probably can find it via Google or any other search engine, is our internal safety risk management policy. We're currently updating that to include some unmanned aircraft system safety risk management policy, and to include a new updated safety risk assessment process for how we conduct risk assessments, make policy decisions, and then collect that data and analyze the safety risk for the operations. Alrighty. Another ARC that we have moving along is our UAS Detection, Mitigation, Aviation Rulemaking Committee. So this is another ARC, again, Aviation Rulemaking Committee, which is a group of industry recognized experts that are accepted into this team to develop recommendations for the expanded detection and mitigation of unmanned aircraft systems. That's with manned aircraft, infrastructure, ground, et cetera. How do we incorporate UAS and those type pieces? 58 members working to provide recommendations that are supposed to be due in early 2024. On a side note, every time we form an ARC, there's a charter that goes with it, describes interests and deliverables and a timeline for the membership. The ICAO Remotely Piloted Aircraft Systems Panel Outbrief. I am not going to, I don't know enough on this subject to really dive into that, so I really wanted to be pretty honest about this one. My understanding is that we've submitted 8 working papers to ICAO and to include initial concepts for an infocentric, or for infocentric NAS, and we've, let's see, and have incorporated feedback and practical lessons learned from some different European studies and standardized scenarios for developing SARPs and other testing models for UAS within the United States. So, getting into where, that's a bit of the background, getting into where are we going. What's the pathway forward for UAS and AAM integration? Every country is a little bit different, right? In the United States, we have federal regulations, we have state regulations, we have local regulations, and in some areas we even have tribal regulations. Coordination amongst all the regulated entities or the various levels of government is really important. We've seen a lot of local, state and municipalities lean pretty far forward in the UAS AAM space to incorporate this technology, whether that's police departments, infrastructure inspections, et cetera. And one of the key components for us as the regulatory agency is that cooperation with our state and local governments. We're hosting, let's see, the 8th annual FAA Drones Symposium and the first ever Advanced Air Mobility Summit this summer. Our AUS organization will be sponsoring that. These 2 events in August, located in Baltimore, Maryland, will bring representatives from the FAA, other government agencies, international experts, and industry leaders and academia together. If you want to register or would like to learn more information about the symposium and summit, the links are on the slide and will be available as part of the presentation. I think as an agency, we've been pretty successful in incorporating new technologies. I think what's challenging about UAS and AAM is they challenge us in how we look at safety, how we look at our regulatory structure, and how we incorporate operations. Technology has constantly been changing as an organization and as an industry. It's about how we structure ourselves in our regulatory system to be able to embrace innovation without changing that safety bar for the different entrants into the system. AAM, I was talking to some of the folks at lunch. For a long time within the United States, the term AAM was a pretty nebulous term. It represented a lot of different things, to the point where, quite honestly, when we look at some of the proposed operations with AAM aircraft, let's call it piloted eVTOL type aircraft, from one perspective, our regulations already support those types of operations. The power source is different, the mode of flight's a little different, but it's an aircraft, right? It's piloted. But once we got, and there was a lot of conversation back and forth internally, the Advanced Air Mobility Coordination and Leadership Act that came out of Congress, our United States Congress in October of last year, put into legislation how we define AAM. And AAM is defined within our legislation as a transportation system that transports people and property by air between 2 points in the United States using aircraft, including electric aircraft or electric vertical takeoff and landing aircraft in both controlled and uncontrolled airspace. The Department of Transportation, which is the larger agency that the FAA falls under, expects our discussions and our focus to include how we integrate AAM into our existing integrated transportation structure. So how do we incorporate AAM into rail? How does it incorporate it into other bus and passenger traffic and that type of business so that it creates a more integrated and seamless transportation structure within the United States? Pretty neat stuff on the drawing board. I think a little more than even on the drawing board, right? Most of these aircraft are flying within a, in a space of research and development, but really represent different philosophies, different designs, and different ways of looking at the challenges that are in front of industry. But it's just a sample. Slides just highlighting a sample of the different electric vertical and takeoff aircraft that we're involved with here with the FAA. If you look in the bottom row, let's call it third from the left, that's a Cessna Caravan, right? So that's not a electric VTOL aircraft, but that is an aircraft that we are involved with a number of different projects where that aircraft is being modified through a supplemental type certificate to be able to be operated unmanned, to be able to move packages within the United States. So what makes that interesting is you have a type certificated standard category aircraft that's being modified through a supplemental type certificate process to be able to be flown remotely in a cargo configuration. Within flight standards, within the United States and within our flight standards organization and our functional organization, our responsibilities are pretty broad in how they go across the organization. On the left of the slide, you can see our Office of General Aviation Safety Assurance, or our one of our two safety assurance organizations, and how they fit into the AAM model, right? Issuance of air carrier certificates, approval of training, pilot training and maintenance programs, issuance of operations specifications, et cetera. On the right, highlights the responsibilities of the Office of Safety Standards, where I work to develop policy, training requirements, et cetera, regulations for the folks on the left to actually be able to implement. And really it's just trying to highlight the need for cross-organizational collaboration to be able to make sure UAS, further integration of UAS and AAM is successful. Within one of our safety standards organizations is our Aircraft Evaluation Division, and they are developing Flight Standardization Board and Maintenance Review Board policy to be able to support, and they were developing that policy now to be able to support the certification of these aircraft. I think we had talked a little earlier about it's okay not to have all the answers up front. And I think that's something that we definitely recognize organizationally is we don't have all the answers up front, but what we can do is we can develop processes to be able to address the questions when they come up. And this is just highlighting two very important pieces of our system around how we maintain aircraft and how we qualify our pilots. Recognizing the time, I'm going to speed up a little bit, so my apologies. A couple things that are a couple of the next items I really like folks to pay attention to. First is the integration of powered lift pilot certification and operations. This is a rulemaking that we've conducted within the FAA about how we are going to certificate our pilots for eVTOL and AAM aircraft. That rule should be out later this month. So based on the way our structure works, I can't talk to you about what's in the context of that rule, but what I can share is the rule is around how we are going to certificate these pilots, and that rule will be available to the public this month. Another rule that we just recently completed, which was to facilitate powered lift aircraft, was the recognition of military piloting command experience, and that rule published in September of last year, and that is available on the U.S. government's Federal Register website. The next two items also are regulatory updates to incorporate powered lift and eVTOL aircraft. The first is the update to air carrier definitions. That was published in December of last year. What does that do? Quite simply is it takes a lot of our regulations where it says airplane and changes it to aircraft, right? It's structured to be inclusive of the new entrants. And then finally, airman certification standards and practical test standards for airmen, incorporation by reference. Obviously, if we're going to certificate pilots for new categories and classes of aircraft, we need to have airman certification standards and or practical test standards. If you want to know the difference, please see me on the side. I'm happy to explain. But we published that. Those comments were due back on the Federal Register by February, and I believe later this summer that notice, that rule will be published, which will provide the certification basis for a pilot applicant for those ratings. Urban air mobility, UAM, so I know there's a lot of acronyms floating around, AAM, UTM. UAM is one that we're using, urban air mobility, which highlights the use of AAM aircraft in the urban environment. At the bottom of the slide, there's a click, you can click on the link, and that'll take you to the FAA's concept of operations for UAM. You can take a look at the bottom right corner of the slide and really just very simply highlights a delineation between uncontrolled airspace, controlled airspace, and the establishment of a UAM corridor, and that the concept of operations goes into much more detail about how aircraft will be able to enter and exit the UAM corridor, how they would do that under visual instrument flight rules, et cetera. Especially for this seminar and meeting today, I think this is great to highlight the U.S. government and Republic of Korea collaboration. And just wanted to highlight that back in January of this year, the FAA and COCA, the Korean Office of Civil Aviation, agreed and signed an agreement to partner on future AAM aircraft development and operations. The two organizations work together to promote safety oversight, including airworthiness, licensing, and operations, and it highlights similar agreements that we have not only with South Korea, but also with Japan, the United Kingdom, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand to develop and harmonize our certification, operations, and integration plans. Based on the time, I'm going to move on. And move to our last last slide here. Innovate 28 is the last item I'd like to highlight. Innovate 28 is the administrator's initiative to integrate AAM into the NAS. We're working to finalize our Innovate 28 implementation plan, hopefully this month within the FAA. We're increasingly working together for the safe integration of drones and AAM into the national airspace, and we're moving quickly to keep up with the fast-changing environment we face. We issued a Federal Register notice on November 8th, which proposed the first airworthiness criteria for an AAM vehicle. AAM operators are sharing their plans that they would like to begin commercial operations as soon as 2025. We expect the first AAM aircraft to begin commercial operations in 2025 or just thereafter. It's our position that the FAA's current regulatory framework, with some updates, some new rules, and some flexibility, will be able to support industry's efforts to achieve their near-term AAM goals. The FAA has already proposed several of those rulemaking efforts. Near-term operations will be piloted, type-certificated VTOL aircraft operating in currently defined routes and procedures. The FAA may utilize waivers and exemptions when required, and to enable initial AAM operations, the FAA is developing a special federal aviation regulation, notice of proposed rulemaking to create a regulatory framework to permit operation of powered lift aircraft. That is the rule that I just referred to that will be out later this month on the Federal Register. It will propose and define for final rule will be out, it will define alternate eligibility requirements to safely certificate initial groups of powered lift pilots, as well as to determine which operating rules to apply to powered lift aircraft. Powered lift will be type certificated as a special class under our existing regulations, and the public will have an opportunity to comment when the NPRM is published. And with that, I know I'm over, and my apologies.
Good afternoon. My name is Junseop, CAAC Air Navigation Facility Office. Today, I will present how CAAC utilizes DIVA to inspect air navigation facilities. The name of DIVA stands for Drone ILS VOR DME Taken Analyzer. The contents as follows. Overview. Performing ground check to measure navigational signals is an important step in verifying the performance of NAVAID at airports. To ensure the performance of air navigation facilities for safe aircraft operations, maintenance operators need to directly measure the signal quality from locations such as airport runway or rooftop or airport buildings. The photo on the right shows the inspection being conducted by ascending another near mountain to measure the signals of VOR or Taken installed at the mountaintop. It is important to keep in mind that ground measurements may not always reflect the radio performance that actual aircraft experience in flight. This is because factors such as surrounding man-made obstructions, radio frequency interference, can affect the radio performance measurement on the ground. In accordance with international standard and aviation safety laws, we regularly undergo inspections using actual aircraft for flight checks. If we receive an unsatisfactory rating during the flight check, we are unable to use the facility until we pass a re-inspection and receive a satisfactory rating. In some cases, this may lead to unable to operate the airports. Therefore, the Korea Airports Corporation conducts precise inspection on a 24/7 basis, 365 days a year. using a shift-work system at over 80 locations to ensure uninterrupted operation of the air navigation facilities. To overcome the limitations of conventional ground inspections, Korea Airports Corporation has successfully reduced the weight and size of the 30 kilograms radio measurement devices typically used for ground checks. These compact and lightweight devices have been effectively incorporated into drones, enabling their deployment and utilization in the field. For example, using a drone to inspect the VOR taken installed on the top of the mountain can significantly reduce the time reduced for inspection, from approximately 5 hours for ground inspection to just about 30 minutes with a drone. This not only saves time, but also reduces the risk associated with climbing mountain for ground inspections. In addition to being more efficient, using drones for inspection also allows for more frequent inspection to be carried out. This can help to identify any issues or maintenance needs more quickly, leading to improved safety and reliability of NAVAID. In addition, using drones for inspection can provide smaller benefits to flight inspections without the need for additional cost. DIVA development and utilizations. Korea Airport Corporation's DIVA system is an advanced technology system designed to check the performance of navigational facility, including ILS, VOR, DME, and TechHand. The system has been developed with user-oriented GUI to make it easy to use and understand. The development goal of DIVA is to create a lightweight and compact device with user-friendly performance, reducing the burden to drone operator during flight. Additionally, it aims to minimize the risk associated with drone weight that can lead to accident in the event of a crash. DIVA system consists of a drone, a controller, RTK, and ground station. RTK is used to ensure the precision of drone flight, while the ground station is utilized for real-time analysis of the major NAVAID information. The key features of DIVA, as shown on right, include capability of simultaneous inspect, localizer, and glide slope, VOR and DME, as well as VOR and TechHand. Another important feature is ability to generate inspection results in a format similar to the flight check report. We have developed a dedicated antenna that can be mounted on drones for navigate the signals. Through three-dimensional RF simulations, we have developed an antenna optimized for signal measurement and compatible with drone installations. CAAs not only measure the radio signals, but also applies a flight inspection path to design the drone's flight inspection route. The diagram on the left shows the flight inspection route. Typically, starting from the point 10 nautical miles away from the end of the runway, multiple flights are conducted along complex routes to measure the radio signal quality. The motion pictures on the right shows the flight path of drone. In a shorter flight range, we can obtain the information that would typically require a wider flight range. This allows us to assess and gather valuable data within a limited flight range, which would otherwise require a much larger area to cover. The video you are currently watching shows Sierra Echo Lima VOR Tech, By utilizing drones, it has become easier to conduct comprehensive checks on the entire range of signal quality, whereas previously, only limited inspections were possible from the mountain peak. By applying a DIVA system, it is possible to track the position of man-made obstruction causing radio interference when navigation signals are distorted. As seen in the picture below, the signal impact of glide slope due to obstacle located at end of the runway can be determined by conduct DIVA flight. This enables the combination of obstacle position and their influence caused by radio interference. DIVA is deployed in 6 airports nationwide under the management of CAAC, and it is utilized to maintain the performance of air navigational facility in civil military airports and navigational stations. Through drone inspection aligned with the flight check schedule for each facility, the performance of air navigational facility is verified. DIVA is also used for analyzing the cause of abnormal conditions when they occur. The DIVA has been exported to other groups. As an example of export, in 2019, we delivered 5 DIVA to Republic of Korea Air Force and provide technical support. And this year, we are participating in project of MOLIT's navigational facility management system, supplying DIVA and provide technical support. Our DIVA system has also been introduced internationally. From 2019 to 2022, we collaborate with the Inter-American Development Bank to conduct drone inspection demonstration and provide technical consulting for navigational facility at Pereira International Airport in Colombia. We inspected and confirmed the satisfactory condition of localizer, glide slope, VOR, and DME at Pereira airports. Procedures. Now briefly explain the procedures for operating DIVA. The first step is automatic flight path generation. As shown in the previous video, the drone flight path for performance verification of each facility can be generated using the automatic flight path generation software. By inserting information such as the GPS coordinate and magnetic bearing of the facilities, drone flight paths for inspecting the facility can be generated. This slide presents images visualizing the flight paths of our drone created using Google Earth. These images were generated by our software. Operator's GUI screen is showing measuring both localizer and glide slope signals at Gimpo airports. The performance verification items for each facilities are displayed in a user-friendly format. Real-time graphs are available for key parameters, and drone speed, altitude, distance, and direction can also be monitored during the flight. The drone's flight path is also displayed on real-time screen. Satellite map data can be viewed on the operator's screen when there is an internet connection at the site. Once the drone flight is completed, the result graph is automatically generated as this. It is provided in PDF and is essentially the same as the result graph of the flight inspection. Although the drone flight path is limited compared to the aircraft flight inspection, the results are very similar. This drone inspection result represents the approach flight result of localizer, and it allows for checking modulations, width, symmetry, alignment, etc. This screen displays the drone inspection result for localizer with a clearance of 35 degrees. It allows for checking modulation, DDM, and power for each 5-degree angles. The graph provides a visual representation of key parameters. On the following pages, we have also included inspection results for VOR, DME, and TACAN. So you can check later if you're interested. The final step of drone inspection is compare analysis. Multiple inspection data can be simultaneously displayed and compared. The current screen shows the comparison of 4 inspections conducted on Anyang BOR. It confirms that facility is operating within the normal range. Case study. Other countries are also conducting research on using drones for inspection of navigation facilities. Germany, Switzerland, Spain, and more. And some companies have reached the commercialization stage, and they are exporting their drone systems automatically. Some countries have adjusted their flight inspection periodicity. According to ICAO document 8071, if the interrelation between flight inspections and drone inspections is demonstrated, it is possible to adjust the flight inspection periodicity. This is the result of the Yeosu Airport runway 17 ILS drone inspection. On the left side, you can see the flight inspection result conducted on May 16th. On the right, you can see the drone inspection conducted on the following day, May 17th. When compared the inspection result, it can be observed that the key parameters of localizer, such as modulation and width, are almost identical. This page provides our main parameters of glide slope. Similar to localizer, the results of each items are similar to the results of the flight inspection. I believe we are at the beginning stage of utilizing drones for air navigation and facility inspections. We are conducting regular drone inspection and hoping to support safe aviation operation with new technology. Thank you for listening.
Good afternoon. It's an honor to be here today to present about Smart Integrated Control Platform of Incheon Airport. A Smart Integrated Control Platform is a project name that applying digital tower technology to Incheon Airport air traffic control towers. Even though digital tower is the ATC system, ATC field is closely related to flight safety. So I had chosen this topic for my presentation. Today, I will present about the functionalities of a Smart Integrated Control Platform and how digital tower technology is being applied to Incheon Airport, as well as how contribute to aviation safety. In this room, some of you may already be familiar with the concept of a digital tower, while others be hearing about it for the first time. A digital tower is an advanced system to provide controllers with a view of the aerodrome and its vicinity. The video is from cameras installed on top of the air traffic control tower or other elevated structures. Then controllers, instead of referring to out-of-window view on the physical tower, can monitor transmitted video on the digital tower display. This means digital tower can replace the physical tower. Then there is no longer necessity to construct high tall physical tower. Then we can reduce the construction cost for building air traffic control tower. And also, digital tower can be located anywhere. Air traffic control can be conducted from office space on a first or second floor, not high floors like air traffic control tower, and also from a location a few kilometers away from the airport. In fact, it's also possible that controlling the aircraft in your home. Certainly, it requires the security personnel in your home as well. So then, do you know how many air traffic control towers at Incheon Airport? That's correct. There are a total of 3 control towers at Incheon Airport. One is main control tower, and other 2 is apron control towers. A main control tower is in charge of maneuvering area, including 4 runways and parallel taxiways. And apron control tower 1 is in charge of Terminal 1 and concourse and cargo terminal 1 and 2. And apron cargo 2 is in charge of Terminal 2 and maintenance area. Then one might question, why Incheon Airport discuss digital tower? There are already 3 control towers in place. That's correct. We have established already 3 control towers and covering all control areas effectively. And one might also consider if there's a system error with a digital tower system in a large airport like Incheon, wouldn't it potentially cause a significant confusion at the airport? That's also correct. There's no airport having digital tower in Korea yet, so we don't have any experience of operating the digital tower. In particularly, in large airports like Incheon, the thorough validation is necessary. Despite these concerns, we are applying digital tower technology to the Incheon Airport. I will explain why. These factors are reason why we consider digital tower. Incheon Airport had faced a significant decrease in traffic volume due to pandemic. However, we anticipate a recovery and continuous growing in the future. As a result, the airport is expanding continuously to accommodate this growing. So control areas of Incheon Airport and workload for controllers will be increased in the future. Another factor is about aircraft surveillance. The air traffic control tower is strategically positioned the best location to oversee all area. However, there are blind spots as shown in the picture. Aircrafts are obstructed by terminal buildings, so controllers cannot see aircraft. Especially in adverse weather conditions like low visibility, it makes visual observation impossible. So controllers heavily rely on the radar system. So these factors can be potential risk in ATC field of Incheon Airport. Except for these factors, additionally, unexpected event or human factor of pilots or controllers could be potential risk in ATC field. To address these challenges, we considered digital tower technology. Digital tower technology not only replaces a conventional physical tower for cost savings, but also provide additional functionalities not present in physical towers. However, as I mentioned earlier, we don't have any experience of operating digital tower, and complete transition to digital tower comes with risk in large airport. So our approach is applying digital tower technology to Incheon Airport current physical tower, like this video. The video is not played, so yeah, this is a smart integrated control platform's configuration. The digital tower display will be installed above ATC console in current Aviation control tower. Aviation control tower is in charge of ground control only, so this installation doesn't interfere the controller's duties. So controllers can look out of a window for visual observation as usual, and also can the digital tower display when necessary. We can get both benefits of digital tower and physical tower. This is a smart integrated control platform's display. Among whole display, the central large display is called panorama view. It displays whole control area. For this view, the cameras are installed on top of air traffic control towers. Stitching technology creates panorama view of whole control area. This is gate view. Typical digital tower provides only panorama view of whole control area, but in case of smart integrated control platform, around the panorama view, there are gate view displaying the status of gate. These are functionalities of smart integrated control platform. First, these features within panorama view. First, integration of various information. Normally, air traffic controllers monitor multiple screens such as ASDE, SMGCS, strip, weather. However, by displaying of various information, including aircraft symbol, flight information, NOTAM, ACDM on panorama view, the controllers can obtain all necessary information from one screen. So before smart integrated control platform, the controllers look out for visual observation of aircraft and head down again and monitor multiple screens to check the aircraft information. But in smart integrated control platform environment, the controllers obtain all information with a view from one screen. Second is enhancement of aircraft surveillance. Utilizing AR technology, the system provides virtual outlines of aircraft, terminal, and taxiways. So it allows for controllers visualize the aircraft position exactly, even in low visibility conditions. A third is improvement of controllers interface. For example, the installation of pan-tilt zoom camera, it allows for efficient and automated tracking of the aircraft. It eliminates needs for control of CCTV or reliance on binoculars. So these features can improve the controller's aircraft surveillance capabilities and decrease the workload for controllers. There are features within gate view. Individual cameras are installed at each gate and display departing and arriving gate automatically. The cameras utilize video recognition to identify the gate conditions. The cameras identify all features on gate, such as boarding bridge or towing car and marshallers, and provide the visual confirmation to controllers. For example, it provides message that boarding bridge disconnected or towing car connected, or all marshallers are ready for arriving aircraft. So controllers can know about the status of gate directly. The camera also identifies the ground handling equipment and provide the status of ground handling operations. This data could be used to predict the aircraft departure time or link with ACDM or total airport management. These features are ATC assistance tool. The system monitors all control area for 24 hours. And if it predicts the collision between aircraft and vehicle, or detect abnormal situations such as FOD on taxiway, or fire or smoke, then it notifies to controllers to respond quickly. The system also monitors the aircraft movement. If the aircraft is about to enter wrong taxiway, not instructed, then it provides alerts to controllers. Then controllers can give the revised instructions to pilots and to prevent potential event. Last is utilizing voice recognition. If miscommunication or incorrect readback between pilots and controllers, then it provides warnings to controllers to prevent miscommunication. So these features can prevent the abnormal event in the airside and mitigate potential risk, thereby contributing to safer and more efficient aircraft operations. So far, I have talked about the concept and functionalities of Smart Integrated Control Platform. A Smart Integrated Control Platform project is divided into 2 stages. In the first phase, we deploy in Terminal 2 area initially until next year. And in second phase, we will expand to entire airside. We believe this system can enhance the operational safety and improve overall efficiency in Incheon Airport. And based on this experience of applying digital tower technology, we are considering building a remote tower. The master plan about Terminal 3 and 5th runway in progress in Incheon Airport. And for this area, we are considering building a new remote tower instead of building a physical apron control tower. Thank you, and I hope the content that I present are informative of you. Thank you.
I think I'm too short, so I need to readjust the mic before I start. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Crystal Kim, Technical Officer of an International Civil Aviation, and also known as Kim Gu-sil in Korean. I'm really happy to be here today with you, with my old friends from Aviation University and my colleagues from the Ministry of Transport, and it's a special opportunity. So once again, my sincere and special thanks goes to the Ministry of Land and Transport, Ministry of Land, Infrastructure and Transport for giving me this opportunity to speak at this event, the very event that I used to organize back in the days when I was working for the ministry. I'm here today to share with you the ongoing developments of global air traffic management concepts, which you will see the aggregation of the innovations and the technological advancements that we've been witnessing today, and also heard a lot in the other event, GISS 2023. When it comes to the ATM concepts, there must be different terms that may come across to you. Someone will think of TBO, someone will think of AAM, or SWIM, FFIs, STM, and UTM, you name it. Today, I would like to talk to you about some of those concepts, and also will conclude with information on upcoming global events that ICAO is organizing, where you can learn more about these concepts, and also upcoming actual application of those concepts in practice. How many of you know about this document? Has anyone ever heard about this document? Yes. I'm very happy to hear. Thank you very much from my ICAO colleagues. Let me start with this very important document. It's called Global ATM Operational Concept, commonly known as GETMOG. The operational concept was intended to guide the implementation of CNS ATM technologies. Nowadays, satellite-based technologies are not considered innovation. It's a norm, right? But back in the days, when I was in university, that was something new, something very cool. So in those days, the global aviation community called for a need to develop a global ATM operational concept to describe what is envisaged in the future ATM system. It included a vision statement, guiding principles to transform the ATM system towards this envisioned end state, and also description of 7 concept components in the area of airspace management and optimization, airspace users operation, traffic synchronization, conflict management, demand and capacity balancing, all these familiar words that you're using, but all those are coming from this document. It also laid out the ATM system requirements and performance. As a guiding principles for safety, this document also outlined a total system performance framework, including a system safety approach that will support both end state of concept and the various evolutions from concept through design, development, operation, and maintenance. However, it was not meant to be a technical manual, nor does it detail how things will be enabled. Subsequently, ICAO was called upon to develop more detailed concept of operation or concept of use, and more guidance on the performance-based approach in planning and implementation of this operational concept. All these documents have been as a foundation for today's famous Global Air Navigation Plan, which details the path and steps to realize the vision and concept outlined in this original operational document. So any of you who wish to study GETMOG, the GAMP, GETMOG is a very introductory document that you can study before you jump into the GAMP. The GETMOG has been serving as a very stable reference for the evolution of an ATM since its publication in 2005. Almost 20 years ago, with the vision statement which reads, to achieve an interoperable global air traffic management system for all users during all phases of flight that meets the agreed levels of safety, provides optimum economic operations, is environmentally sustainable, and meets national security requirements. All these important keywords that we're striving for today were all carved into those vision statements, which is still valid today. However, GETMO was developed based on the limitations on the provision of air traffic services in 2000, with a clear focus look ahead on 2025, which is around the corner, and did not encompass emerging issues and innovations affecting the evolution of ATM system for the next 25 years, which would also need to be coordinated and also converged into a concept state, including such topics as unmanned aviation and advanced air mobility. So, I've been going too fast. I think I'm too excited to show you about TBO, but I haven't finished yet the GETMO. So ICAO has been requested to update this foundational document. This update would reaffirm the core principles of the current GETMO, while adding to the scope and the principles reflecting operational visions of new airspace users. From now on, Let me go into a bit more detail into each enabling concept that was developed after the GetMOOC was born, their interrelationships, and ongoing work of ICAO. First, trajectory-based operations. Again, all of you, I believe, have heard of the term TBO at least once in the last 5 years. However, when it comes to you, what the TBO looks like may be very different. So today, I'd like to take an opportunity, at least to ensure the people in this room could have one common view of TBO. I'm not sure if that saying exists in English as well. In Korean, there's clear saying, words, pictures work way better than the words. I guess nowadays videos work even better than the picture. So let me play the short video.
A little knowledge goes a long way, especially when that knowledge guides our decisions along the journey. That's the essence of the trajectory-based operations concept. In short, TBO is an air traffic management concept that enhances strategic planning under changing conditions, providing the information and capabilities to help expedite aircraft movement between origin and destination airports. TBO will shift from a voice-based set of exchanges between participants to an environment primarily involving data exchange between interoperable systems. See how TBO is shifting the decision-making paradigm, moving from a tactical approach to a more strategic one. Currently, tactical decisions are taken because some information is only available at the moment. These add up, and operators pay the price by loading more fuel. If we had greater access to the information, we could, and we would, make more strategic decisions ahead of time, instead of reactive course corrections. But by continuing to follow a tactical paradigm, we waste time and fuel. Imagine having access to the information you need, when you need it, and having it tailored to improve decision-making for your flight. Data exchange technology has caught up with this vision, and now we have the capabilities to make it happen. Through improved strategic planning and management of traffic flows, TBO will reduce reactive decision-making. This will increase predictability and efficiency and optimize the ATM system. Aircraft trajectory is the core tenet of TBO. Defined in 4 dimensions, latitude, longitude, altitude, and time, the trajectory represents a common reference for where an aircraft is expected to be and when at key points along its route. The trajectory is defined prior to departure, updated in response to changing conditions, and shared between stakeholder systems. Here are the 3 key TBO features. First, sharing trajectory information and providing access to the best data, eventually leading to a more accurate view of the trajectory for participants. Second, managing trajectory information using collaborative decision-making. And third, using the shared trajectory as a common plan for the flight by providing a common intent to be achieved during flight execution. This shift towards data exchange, allowing the sharing, managing, and use of 4D trajectories. A range of enablers help support TBO. Time-based management helps manage traffic flows and trajectories by scheduling and metering aircraft to better manage congestion. Performance-based navigation enables aircraft to more accurately navigate along their trajectories. When combined with decision support tools, predictability and compliance to schedules are improved. TBO is the use and exchange of better information across systems, capabilities, processes, and people, working together to improve the performance of air transportation. TBO builds on these enablers, helping support the operation shift to manage and use the trajectory as the representation of flight intent. And that brings us to the next exciting phase of TBO.
I hope you enjoyed the video. I think it lightened up a little bit this afternoon's session. I'll give you a quiz. Do you remember what are those 3 key features of the TBO? Yes? Time-based. Bravo. Sharing the trajectory, managing the trajectory, using the trajectory. Keep those 3 key features because I'm going to continue to use them when I explain the next set of the concepts, okay? So the trajectory-based operations, the essence of it is to optimize the flight trajectory throughout the phases of flight, starting with the pre-departure agreement on the trajectory. Once the agreement is reached, the agreed trajectory is defined with 3-dimension position and corresponding time information with constraints and tolerances around it. The aircraft then follows the agreed trajectory. The ATM service providers will continue to monitor and control trajectory to be hazard-free to meet the time objectives. However, when there is a need to revise, update the trajectory due to conflict or weather or any other significant change, the stakeholders modify trajectories through proposing the change to the agreed trajectory, predicting the trajectory will meet the constraints, evaluating the impact, and agreeing on the resolution. This process is made through a collaborative decision-making with sharing synchronized information amongst participants, ground-ground, air-ground, which will be enabled by FFIs, SWIM, connected aircraft, concept, and services. So now I'm leading to the next set of enabling concepts. Before I go on to further, yes, it is easier through the video, through the presentations, but again, there was a request from the global community to refine the current concept document, which is like about 70-page document, and also update the GAMP to provide more clarity to the relations between the ASBU threads and elements, how those are actually contributing to the TBO. So this is the current version of the GAMP that shows the description of the evolutionary path of the TBO and also the relationships with the other elements. But this is going through a major update for further improvement. And also there will be a guidance to help the ANSPs and operators to be able to plan and implement TBO enablers, and also for the ICAO expert groups to make the necessary proposals for amendment for the global procedures and standards. So what are the key building blocks then of the TBO, starting with the FFIs and SWIM and connected aircraft will be the next set of the slides. Start with the FFIs. It is flight and flow information for a collaborative environment. Today, as you can imagine, this is about the flight information. How is flight information shared today? Through the flight plan. The challenges and the limitations that we live with the current flight planning mechanism is, depending on who you talk to, the version of the flight plan that they have is different. The one stored in the flight management system, the one that is filed by paper from the flight dispatcher, and the departing aerodrome and the next ATS provider. So inconsistent duplicate flight plans, which causes the confusion amongst stakeholders. Sometimes incorrect information leads to the safety risks. And also the intention of a flight only supplied to the ATM service provider very last minute. So there's no room for coordination or negotiation to make that a flight plan even more optimum for both operators and the air services provider. And also, as all of you know, the flight plan sharing mechanism today is based on 70-year-old technology. We still have to limit ourselves because there is a characteristics limit. We can only use a certain number of characters. Can you believe? We share pictures, we share videos, and long emails in instantly. However, we're still basing on the 70-year-old technology. See, like picture shows that just prevent us moving forward. So what does FFIs do? It allows you to uniquely identify flights because it will give you an additional information called the Goofy. Sounds weird. There wasn't some attempt from our Air Navigation Commission to make the term better. But it is what it is, a globally unique flight identifier. And also flight plan will have versions. And through the additional services, it will allow operators and the service providers to negotiate and coordinate to make the flight plan better. And as all of you know, the SWIM-based services uses the latest technology, underlying technologies, that is not 70 years old. The technology that we use today, day to day, but it's more aviation focused. So this FFI's concept has turned into 6 set of services, but I'm not going into detail in this. The concept is not anymore a concept. It has been defined as a 6 set of services. These first 2, filing service, flight data request service, is soon to replace your current flight planning. And all these other services, which are introduced as an optional service, will allow you to be able to collaboratively develop and update your flight plan before departure, after departure. So what happened to these services? Now it's showing up in the ICAO document in annexes, not only one annex, all annexes, provisions that involve flight plan and flight planning. So proposals for amendment to enable the voluntary use of FFI services, but in a standardized manner, are available currently going through a state consultation. With the responses and feedback, and the provisions will be refined, we're envisioning for applicability date of November 2024. We're not only giving you requirements and procedures, we're also giving you a very detailed implementation guidance. The concept that was developed 10 years ago is refined as a volume 1, and it also provides detailed implementation guidance. Now, I mentioned earlier, the FFI services will be introduced as a voluntary services at the beginning. At the beginning, like when the PBN was introduced, like when the RVSM was introduced. But we could go different approaches as the benefit could drive a wider deployment of these services. However, this time, we may take a slightly different road. Why? The longer this mixed mode operation, the coexistence of the legacy system and the new system or new procedures will negate, envision, or delay the envisioned benefits that we expect for the ATM system. So there will be a very strong campaign down the road to collect the views from the stakeholders and also a system to consider and planning to phase out the legacy flight planning system. This is going to be a collaborative process from ICAO and the regional planning forums and also the states. Currently, this is contained as a guidance in the draft document 9965 second edition, and there will be more opportunities that we can share with you about the details about this strategy. So, remember the last line of the FFIs, the new technology, not the 70-year-old one, that is SWIM. SWIM will offer the scalable and interoperable information exchange capabilities. So to enable the effective implementation of FFIs, we also needed a set of provisions and guidance for implementation and deployment of SWIM. So there is ICAO provisions that describes the requirement for all layers of SWIM, technical infrastructure, the use of information exchange models, and the way you exchange information. And also, we heard about the cyber threat, cyber resilience, cyber security. Since our aviation system is interconnected, digitized, there is a higher threat for cyber threat. And we are fully aware, and therefore we're introducing some preventive measures that allow this digitization and also deployment of these new concepts and procedures in a secure manner. Again, there is a set of provisions that have been circulated to states for comments. If everything goes well, with your feedback, refined provisions will become applicable November 2024. Now, I talk about sharing information, and a coordination, ground, and air-ground. How does it happen with the air-ground? Now it comes with the connected aircraft. One of the elements of the TBO is strongly based on the data exchange and also data communication. Remember the very detailed trajectory that has three-dimension information, position information with the time, and tolerances around. This is impossible to convey in voice. It is a prerequisite to have a data communication ready. Today, there is some level of connectivity between the aircraft and also ground users through applications like electronic flight bag and also the commercial links. However, in the future, we will have various additional links that will allow more connectivity between the ground users and flight deck. And through this exchange of information between the ground stakeholders and the flight deck, this additional real-time information, I think that some of this concept is already realized, as you witnessed today by the presentation from our Captain Bae from Korean Air. Remember the turbulence tasks? That's exactly part of this connected aircraft concept. They take the information from the airplane and share it on the ground partners that they can use for whichever purposes they have. So ongoing and future work of ICAO to ensure the relevant provisions and guidance for well-performing data communication, we are improving the existing provisions and guidance material. And also, we're develop and refine this connected aircraft concept. However, to all the components of the connected aircraft concept to be realized, there is a lot more work to be done. For example, will those new links that allows us higher connectivity between ground and air, not the traditional aviation communication link, will they performance parameters and the specifications will be the same? What about the certification of those links? What about the operational procedures of all these additional links and additional information that will be available? So there are a lot more to be done. However, there is a vision. With all these innovations and the technological advancements, safety will still continue to remain as a priority. However, the way that we treat, the way that we manage safety will need to evolve because we cannot really manage safety in a silo anymore. So as mentioned by our Mr. Kelleher, President of the Commission, there is a new streams of work in the safety management to consider this integrated safety management approach. I think that leads to my last part of the presentation. I've told you a lot of very high ambitions, but those ambitions can be achieved if we make bigger effort. But opportunities are just ahead of us. Why? We have these beautiful technologies, innovations that are there for helping us to move forward. So with all that, we can transform. That's the last part of the little butterfly. Transform air transportation, air traffic management system into the next level. Before I conclude, again, all these concepts and the actual planned implementations, you can come and share your views. First, about how we can further improve our concepts, how we can deploy these concepts in a safe and efficient manner, come and tell us at the August event in Montreal. And there's another event. Even if we're looking into all these futures, if you do not have a fundamentals, let's say TBO, wonderful, beautiful concept, but if you cannot put the aircraft like minimum separation, if you still separate aircraft like 80 nautical miles or 50 nautical miles with the radar, TBO will never be realized. So there are fundamentals that you need to have today. So come and tell us what your challenges are, and we'll tell you how to solve those in this October event in Singapore. I'm not going to go through the actual subjects that will be dealt in the August and October event, but it is here for your information. And if you click the title of the event, it leads you to the event website where you can find more information. So again, thank you very much. I try to cover a lot of subject in a very limited time. Sorry for going a little bit beyond. Thank you for your attention. I hope my presentation was informative and interesting. Thank you.
All right, yes, the microphone is awake now. I hope everyone else is as well. The afternoon session is always a bit harder, but the session was on technology and innovations, new things that are coming. And so we've talked about new aircraft, new types of operations, using new aircraft to conduct NAVAID inspections. So being part of the aviation system. We have new information that is being obtained and shared to air traffic controllers from the digital towers. New ways of gathering information, sharing information, new information that is being fed into the system and shared amongst all the various stakeholders. So all of these things that are bringing about enhancements to aviation safety. And with that, I want to open the floor. We have a couple minutes, not many, but we could take a question or two if there. Yes, we do have the questions. They've already been submitted. Thank you. So, with our first question, Jun-Sup Lee, may we have more information about the RPA, and is it integrated to the FDM? Oh wait, no, that was from the earlier session. Because this is about the turbulence events and that RPA. We're a little confused here.
We have the operating manual about the DIVA system. Refer to that, the manuals, we are not allowed to activate the aircraft, the drones, the RPA, more than 5 meters per sec, the wind speed. So it's almost the same as the aircraft operate procedures. So before we start our inspections, we need to check NOTAMs and weathers and safe conditions, things like that. So, and we connect with the FD, which is the flight computer of the drones. So we receive the drone's flight data from the drone's gyro and computers, things like that. Thank you. Is that right answer?
I would say that you know much more about it than others of us. So We will take it as the correct answer. Thank you. Do we have any other questions from anybody in the audience? Oh, yes, there is somebody at the back.
Hello. I want to ask John Dongmin a question in Korea. 안녕하십니까? 저는 한서대 항공교통관제.
I'm from Hanseol University, and I am studying aviation, ATC. And so you're talking about a target of creating a digital tower that is not in operation currently for the remote tower. What is the difference? I think that there will be a difference in the reliability felt by the public. If the public does not feel that the digital tower is reliable, then it cannot be in operation. So for the Incheon Airport Authority, how will you be increasing the trust into this digital tower from the public?
There are many airports operating the digital remote tower already. However, as you say, there are no airports operating digital tower in Korea yet. So because of this reason, we are implement digital tower inside the physical tower in advance. So the master plan about Terminal 3 is in progress, and Terminal 3 will be constructed after 2031. So we have time. So first, we will operate the digital tower for about 6-7 years. Then we can check the validation enough. So yeah, so because of this reason, we are doing this project, Smart Integrated Control Platform, and this experience, based on this experience, we will consider about remote tower after.
All right, we're going to stop now because we actually have just a very, very short break before the next session is going to start. So how about we give the speakers all a big thank you.
Thank you very much, the speakers as well as the moderator, for joining us for the second session. I know it was indeed a heated discussion, and you will need time to digest all that we have discussed. So we'll be giving you enough time to digest all the things that we have discussed. So the next session will start at 3:50. 3:50. We will be starting the third session. So why don't we end this session by giving the moderator and the speaker another big round of applause. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? The last session of the 6th International Flight Safety Seminar for CAAs and operators will begin shortly. So as the last session is about to begin, those who are still outside, may I kindly ask you to promptly enter the hall and be seated. Well, today we are providing the simultaneous interpretation as our official language is English. So please use the receivers on the desk. Channel 1 is for Korean, Channel 2 is for English. Thank you very much. Welcome back, everyone. I think we're now ready to begin with our third session, the last session of the day. We will be having the last session under the topic of strengthening capacity building for effective SARPs implementation. This session will be moderated by Director Stephen Patrick Creamer of Air Navigation Bureau of ICAO. So we're going to start the session. Please.
And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Before we get started, on behalf of all of us here, I'd just like to thank the hosts in the Korean Ministry of Land and Infrastructure and Transport, the industry partners and sponsors who have been so generous in the hosting so that we could have this conference. Today, it's late, and I know that many of you are struggling to stay with it. So we're going to try and shake things up a little bit and see if we can't tighten our prepared remarks so that we can get into questions and answers with you about the challenges that we're all facing together, and see if we can't provoke and stimulate your imagination. Because what I would suggest to you as the director of the bureau responsible for supporting the development of standards and recommended practices globally is that we don't yet have the solution for how to deal with the acceleration in change that's about to happen. And so today we're here to explore that and do it in I think, a relatively fun way. And I have three champions for implementation who are going to talk about how it's done in three of the leading regions in the world. And then we're going to explore how we might build on what they're doing today so that we can meet these challenges that we all face together. The good news is we learned some lessons over the course of the last 3 years during the pandemic and the recovery, during the past 20 years as we've all developed safety management together, and frankly over the course of aviation's history as we've all collectively addressed risk together. So without further ado, I am also going to provide an introductory brief, and then I will introduce each of the speakers in turn after I've done the brief so that we don't waste too much of your time up front. So ICAO standards are one part of a process. ICAO's Universal Safety Oversight Audit Continuous Monitoring Approach Program are another part of a process. But I want to give you the frame of how that all goes together. Our aspirational goal is 0 fatalities in the aviation system, and we're doing a pretty good job of driving towards that goal as an industry. Pre-pandemic in 2019, 4.4 billion passengers moved worldwide with a loss of some lives, but the number of incidents involved was dramatically low. That creates its own challenges for us, but it also provides us with opportunities. The ICAO process starts with a needs validation, looking at whether there's a change that's required to optimize the system. And of course, the system does need to be optimized. So we go through and create global plans to that effect so that we have common definitions and terms of reference. We develop standards, procedures for air navigation service. We work together on implementation planning like these gentlemen do in the regions. And then we go through the audit process to assess and measure the state's capabilities to oversee and regulate the safety that's being imposed in the system as these changes are occurring. And then, of course, compliance validation, verification in the states, and we go back to the same process over again. The Global Aviation Safety Plan has an horizon or about 15 years, but it's focused on a 3-year block of work. So the current block is 2023 to 2025. It now has a set of targets and indicators that should be taken into account in the development of national and regional plans. It has 5 high-risk categories of focus that need to be given constant attention by operators, by the regulators in the member states and in the regions. It does look at the impact of global aviation disruption events on aviation safety. And it looks at migration of implementation support contacts so that it gets easier for people in the field to understand what's in the document. The Global Air Navigation Plan focuses on implementation of air navigation services in the airspace. The difference between the two plans, though, is that they target different users and they also target different problems. So frequently a SARP related to air navigation will not be mandatory on the date that it's published, but if you encounter a need to tackle growth or efficiency, the way to do it is in accordance with the GAMP and with the standards and procedures that are implemented through the GAMP's processes, because that allows consistency of operation and universality of delivery across different airspaces and with different air navigation service providers. Now, somebody talked to me today about transparent processes for developing rules and standards. And at ICAO, we have a transparent process, which you cannot read on this slide. But the challenge with transparency is you have to know how to line the mirrors up so that you can follow the process at the level that you need for what you're doing in the system. And so that's something we're going to talk about, because while I would say our system is open and available, you have to be something of an expert before I would consider it to be transparent to you. And I think the same is true in many other rulemaking systems. The USOAP CMA has a set of on-site and off-site activities that are conducted in every country or against every country's record in the ICAO system. And we annually go through a process of assessing which states have the potential for risk that needs to be evaluated. And so last year, between on-site audits and off-site validations, we had a total of approximately 40 activities. We looked at 3 state safety program implementations, and we conducted workshops on how to comply with the USOAP process in 4 different places around the world. And we do these workshops annually, at least 3, sometimes 4 times. And then we also do assessments for some of our partners in the UN. The World Food Program now runs an audit program or an assessment program that's very similar to the USOAP on their own operations. Our audit activities very quickly goes through as well. Full scope audits, we did 5. We have limited scope audits across some of the categories of activity. And then we have focused audits when we need to look at perhaps one area in a particular state that might be called out. ICAO coordinated validation missions, you'll probably see less of in the future because frankly, they've outlived their usefulness as a tool. Because states that have had a full audit, they have a series of findings, they work on their corrective actions. The ICVM was essentially an opportunity to have ICAO come back and look at just the things you've worked on and to give you a check mark that you've improved your grade. But alongside that, there might be other areas that have not been doing so well that they are not permitted to actually review in that process. And with limited resources in the global system, we simply don't have the latitude to be able to provide as many of those in the current cost structure. They can be provided for a member state through cost recovery if personnel and expertise is available, which is not always the case. And then I've talked about the SSPIAs, the workshops. Now this is an interesting progression. 2019, 4 billion passengers, only a couple of accidents, yet we're seeing an implementation rate that year of 68.5%. So does that mean that we have 33% of our SARPs that we don't need? The answer is no, that's not what that means. But it does mean that we have an ongoing challenge because there are 193 countries who are implementing SARPs individually and then reporting that back to ICAO. And they're doing that in a way that is, structured and standardized so that it's clear and transparent and I think reasonably consistent when you go to each of the different states. But it also means that we can't touch all 12,000 SARPs in the audit process. The average levels of effective implementation, the highest level is people getting their legislation in place. That's good. That's good because it means political leaders understand the importance of having that legislation in place. It means they understand that they have to have someone be responsible and accountable for the implementation and delivery of safety oversight. But then the specific regulations need to be established. You have to create your operating systems, hire staff, have the provisions available to be able to do all the guidance for your staff to keep them trained, license and certify your operators, do your surveillance at the level necessary, and that varies depending upon the circumstance. And then the one that we're really challenged by is resolution of safety critical issues. And I'll come back and talk about that as we go through the Q&A later. This is another way of looking at the same data. You'll note that airworthiness of aircraft is an area where most people understand it and the integration occurs reasonably well. Now, the USOAP audit is not easy. Anybody here that's a USOAP coordinator for a state? Several of you. Anybody that's led a team that's responding to an ICAO audit? Anybody? Okay, well, one of you one day will be lucky and get to do that. It's challenging. You're having to respond to audit questions and show that you have met the requirements. And the requirements are constantly changing. So we're retooling the audit process to make that easier for you. Easier to submit your evidence, easier for you to understand the relationships between the questions and the standards, and then also to streamline the process to where it's more automated and you have more visibility into how your state is perceived and where it sits in the system relative to other states. The USOAP Program Continuous Monitoring Manual is your guide. I am not. That is your guide, okay? Because it has all the details about how to go through the process of preparing a state for an audit and to continuously update your materials in the online framework which is really an important indicator when we're assessing risk. This year, there are 18 audits being conducted globally. We're back to full speed after the pandemic. We have 6 ICBMs, the 3 SSPIAs, and this activity is published in June each year with a forecast of the activities in the following year. So we're forecasting 18 months out to give states more understanding of when they're going to be visited and what the timelines are. And that's important because we use seconded personnel from all over the world to conduct audits. Henry's one of our people who's done these audits, and that requires a lot of coordination to bring those people into the ICAO process and conduct a mission. The reliability of the effective implementation score degrades over time. Some of the largest countries in the world, aviation countries in the world, have not seen an audit in 15 years. So if an audit was conducted in the United States in 2007, is that relevant today? So we want to get more regular in returning to states and doing the audit processes. That means we're probably going to have to scale some to be able to conduct more audits as needed, but it also means that we're going to tap into intelligence and information in ways that we have not been able to in the past so that we have better indicators of where that focus needs to be. And that'll happen all over the world. So the audit process is evolving. Keeping track of how states are doing at implementing standards is evolving. And we produce today about 500 changes in the SARPs and PANs every year. But last year, the president of the ANC talked about it in his keynote. We agreed globally to aim at a target of 0 net carbon emissions by 2050, and we're planning on about a quarter of that progress being made in technology and airspace operations. Another 50% of that progress through the implementation of SAF fuel delivery, and overseeing and managing SAFs on the airport is actually a pretty big deal when you're talking about technical capabilities. So there's a lot of new skill, new procedures, new technology that's going to have to be integrated into our systems in the next 10 years. Because to get to 2050 with that much reduction means you need the standards in the next 10 years so that you can deliver these vehicles in these markets to be successful. We are not that fast at implementing standards globally. It takes us a long time from the time one of you has an idea about how to do something until it's a globally accepted idea around the world. Our goal at ICAO is to find ways to dramatically accelerate the rate within which change can occur. But for that to happen, it means the member states, the regulators in the states, actually have to be on the forefront of managing and implementing that change. And artificial intelligence is not going to be your driver. A person, hopefully utilizing artificial intelligence, will be. An interesting anecdote that I was told, and I really believe in, is that a human being scanning a scan for a cancer is about 95% accurate at looking at that scan. Artificial intelligence, looking at the same scan, 90 to 93% accurate. Not quite as good as the human, but pretty good. Put the human with artificial intelligence, 99, 99.5. So our trick is going to be finding ways to harness the information that we have available in ways that's different from what we do today, and lifting the best ideas off the tables that you're all sitting at and bringing them into the global conversation and adopting them faster. Anybody in this room that's under 30 years old? I hope there's one or two. See, we're in trouble. Anyone here under 30? One. Okay. The whole load is on you, sir. I apologize. You're going to have to do it all. But there are a lot of good people in the room here that want to take advantage of your skill with automation and technology and the thinking that comes with it. At ICAO, we're going through a transformational objective that's going to last for 3 years to essentially digitize the process of moving information in the ICAO world. Now, in this first 3 years, we're focused internally and then in interactions with the member states, but I would suspect in the ensuing 3 years, that's going to spread and become much more real to you in the field and in the member states. So look for what this is doing. Don't be afraid to give us feedback and help us in this journey. And if you can recruit some of your other friends that are 20 and under to 30 and under to give us that insight into what we're getting right or what we're missing, that's going to be hugely beneficial to the ICAO system. Ladies and gentlemen, flying is not safe. Flying is full of risk. But the reason we're all comfortable flying is because we're really good at identifying and understanding that risk and then solving for it, controlling it. We're going to get better at doing that faster so that this aspirational goal is maintained alongside the zero emissions goal. And while we're doing both those goals, we're going to double the size of the system because you're going to put your ingenuity into that change. So it's my pleasure to kick this off with this challenge. And then I have 3 gentlemen here who are going to talk to you about how change is done today in the regions. And then what we're going to do after we have their talks is we're going to get into Q&A. And if you're not writing down questions while they talk, I'm going to be really upset. Okay? I want to see questions because I want to see all of us getting involved. It's 4:10 on Thursday afternoon. You're way into a deck of presentations. We want to hear you as well as you hear us. So next up, I have to get the right page up here. Mr. Henry O'Ketch is a seasoned, experienced, and self-driven, highly motivated civil servant with the African Civil Aviation Commission based in Dakar, Senegal. He has over 23 years of experience related to aircraft maintenance engineering and safety, and he is responsible today for the Africa region CIS Technical Assistance Program for the 54 African member states. Capacity building programs, and the AFCAC expert working groups. His previous experience includes serving in the East Africa Community's Regional Safety and Security Oversight Agency, CAAs, as the manager for airworthiness, and also as the Kenya Civil Aviation Authority's Senior Airworthiness Inspector, Base Maintenance Manager for the Mission Aviation Fellowship International Regional Approved Maintenance Organizations based in Kenya. He has a deep experience in ICAO work with USOP CMA auditor background and airworthiness. He has a master's degree, bachelor's degree, and a lifetime of experience on top of that. Henry, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you very much, Director, the moderator. And once again, may I join my colleagues in extending appreciation the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure and Transport for the kind invitation that saw us come to this very beautiful city and land of Korea. As stated, I'm presenting on strengthening SARPs implementation cooperation among the African countries. I come from a background whereby collaboration, cooperation, and communication has been the basis for operations. And at AFCAC, you can't talk about African civil aviation cooperation among states without mentioning AFCAC. And it's on the basis of that that I believe your understanding of who AFCAC is will go a long way in helping us see how we are working together in Africa to ensure that we strengthen the implementation of the standards and recommended practices. AFCAC is a specialized agency of the African Union. It was established way back in 1969. And in 1978, it was handed over to the then Organization of African Unity, which is now the AU. And all the way, it had been supported by ICAO, both financially and administratively, until the year 2007, when we had our own autonomy. The mandate is enshrined in the AFCAC Constitution, which spells out our mandate. And looking at the theme of our discussion, the mandate of AFCAC squarely lies in there, including coordination of civil aviation matters in Africa, and cooperate with the ICAO and all other relevant organizations and bodies which are involved in the promotion and development of civil aviation in Africa. At the same time, we're involved in fostering, encouraging, and supporting the implementation of ICAO SARPs for safety, security, and environmental protection. We encourage and support the creation of autonomous civil aviation authorities, which has gone a long way in enhancing the implementation of SARPs in the recent times. We also foster and coordinate programs for the development of training facilities in Africa and encourage also supporting the training and development of personnel in all fields of civil aviation. And I'm glad to say that as we do that, we've been partnering with various stakeholders, including the Republic of Korea. Most recently, we did airport pavement evaluation. We're also planning for aerodrome safety in Mauritania, and I think we're in the right place to discuss collaboration in this endeavor. We are responsible for 54 African member states, and that gives us a very enormous task which we cannot accomplish on our own without collaboration. We are based in Dakar, Senegal, just in case you didn't know. And of course, we have a vision, just like many other organizations, well aligned to our mandate, as mentioned in my previous statement. We also have core values which we embrace as we serve our stakeholders, good governance, best practices, and that allows us to continue collaborating with many other stakeholders, transparency and accountability, as mentioned by the director, professionalism and integrity, safe and just culture. Now, having understood who AFCAC is, serving the 54 African member states, and this was very well and ably demonstrated during the 41st ICAO Assembly, where we were able to marshal support, including support from stakeholders like you who are sitting here, to get our members onto the ICAO Council. That couldn't have happened without the coordinated approach. Now, our member states have improved. You may look at the figures and think that we are doing very badly, but over time we have improved. Way back, our CAAs were not autonomous. Most of the states did not have established a regulatory framework, but at least we are moving steadily. However, similar to the presentation made by the director of the Air Navigation Bureau, critical element number 4 remains a challenge. And that affects the other implementation critical elements like CE7 and CE8. Our average EI on the continent is 57.8%. So we are still a long way to go. We haven't even attained the previous 60% target, and now it has moved ahead to 75. And of course, the various critical elements are indicated as shown below. Now, we know very well that we have some work to do, and that has opened our eyes and enhanced our approach to how we resolve these issues. Because out of the audits, the use of CMA audits, we've had cases whereby some of our states got SSCs or SSEC, and because of the concerted effort, we resolved them. How did we do this? We did this by pooling resources. We realized that personnel are a challenge, and I believe globally it remains so. So we looked around, identifying qualified and trained personnel, and brought them in a pool of experts known as the AFI-CIS program. This is the African Indian Ocean Cooperative Inspectorate Scheme for Safety. And then we also have the African AFI Cooperative Expert Scheme of Aviation Security. So that's the difference, AFI-CIS and AFI-CES. Now we do this for the whole purpose of marshalling these resources to support states and resolve the SSCs that may have been identified. We also marshal resources to support states in the development and implementation of the corrective action plans. And reactively, sometimes, we also support states to prepare for use of CMA audits, although that's not our primary objective. We'd want our states to be in a situation whereby any time the audit is mentioned or the ICVM comes, they are ready to go. So this is something that over time has supported the continent, and we believe with your collaboration, actually we are collaborating with EASA, we are collaborating with AFDB, Boeing has also come on board, and many other stakeholders to support that program. Now, for us to address the issues of capacity building, we are working with international partners, as mentioned earlier. And right now, we normally train over 500 experts annually in various fields, in various domains. The other thing that we have also done is to come together under the umbrella of the Ministerial Council to identify the challenges and target them with homemade solutions. And this has been well captured in the Abuja Safety and Air Navigation Targets, which are constantly monitored, reviewed as appropriate to align with the GASP and the GAMP, so that our states can also rise in the status of implementation of the SARPs. We also have another initiative that we've come up with, and this is establishing expert working groups. This is very recent. We launched it on the 28th of February this year. We have 16 domains. All the safety areas are covered, airworthiness, PEL, ANS, AGA, all the way to environmental protection, aviation security and facilitation, including the administrative and financial areas, so that we use the resources that we have within the continent to champion the areas that we need, some of them being the training needs analysis. We realize that sometimes courses are offered, but are they the ones we truly need as a continent? So we are getting to a point whereby the experts in each of the domains are analyzing the needs, and then they inform us so that as we discuss with the international partners, they can customize those courses. And I'm glad to mention that one of the professors I'll be meeting tomorrow already has packaged something based on the training needs that we shared. Thank you very much, ROK, for that. And the other thing that we are also doing is, for a long time, Africa has not been part of the process for the proposals of amending ICAO annexes. We become reactive. When they become effective, that's when we start running up and down. They're a bit expensive to implement, they're impossible. So right now we have focused our attention to be part of the process. From the initial stages to work through the process, advise our states accordingly, and also register any reservations that we may be having at the right time. So we believe this will also transform the implementation of the SARPs. We all agree that the amendment process of SARPs is becoming more frequent compared to what it used to be. So this needs a very predictive, proactive way so that we are not left behind. So ladies and gentlemen, this is what we do in the continent. We work very closely with the regional safety oversight organizations. We never used to have many, but at least now we are having a good number. More recently, we had now a fully fledged latest RSO on the continent, which is SASO. It used to be ICAO. Right now it is SASO. That is a great achievement for the continent, and we believe that that collaboration will go a long way in supporting the implementation of SARPs. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Over to you, moderator.
Thank you, Henry. I really appreciate that, that overview of the situation in Africa. And we're going to talk more about some of the collective efforts that are going on there. And actually, before we do that, though, we're going to move and talk about the collective efforts in South America. Mr. Fabio Rabbani is the Regional Director for ICAO in the South American office in Lima. He's currently responsible for building capacity of the South American countries to comply with ICAO's provisions and to develop their aviation system as a means for socioeconomic progress. He served as head of the Airport Infrastructure Department of the Brazilian Civil Aviation Agency and is a chief advisor to the board of directors. Previously, he was the airport management director at the Secretariat of Civil Aviation of the Presidency of the Republic of Brazil. He's held a position of facilitation technical manager at ANAC and served as a manager in the Ministry of Defense's Civil Aviation Bureau. He has performed in leadership positions to develop and promote integrated transportation planning and road safety projects in Brazil. Mr. Rabani has an MSc degree in aeronautics and aeronautics in the MIT, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, and a civil engineering degree at the Federal University of Paraíba. And he's also my friend. Fabio, the floor is yours.
Thank you for the kind words, my friend. Good afternoon, everyone. Such a pleasure to be here. I could not thank again the Ministry of Land Infrastructure and Transport here in Korea for welcoming us, for allowing us to be here, and actually having the opportunity to meeting all of you and seeing this beautiful country. I'll try to be brief, but bear in mind that we'll have the opportunity to share a little bit of our thoughts throughout the question. So I hope I can be as swift as possible. And the idea here is actually to complement on the talks that we already heard, bringing to the table here the thoughts on exactly how implementation support can be achieved through enablers that can benefit not only aviation safety, but actually providing elements for social and economic development. And I'm not going to go into that detail. I'm going to focus on safety. But we have been guilty throughout the years of not focusing many times on how aviation supports society overall. And I believe we could make the same mistake when we talk about implementation and not saying how implementation actually supports safety. And this is something that over the years, I think part of the response of what Steve mentioned here on the audit program, where we're trying to focus in reviewing and seeing if there was a sustainable management system that ensured that the numbers on the last audit program actually correspond to the reality, is something that we have seen in many countries. And in South America has not been different. You know, the problems that we know and are aware, and they go beyond just these elements that we see in this screen. You know, talking about personnel, procedures, how we ensure that the operators and the aviation system is actually complying with the expected performance. We're actually talking about the capacity and the governance of our regulators. How you ensure sustainability, how you ensure that your regulations are up to date, working with performance, that the process, the transparent process that also any national regulation goes through, avoids undue influence, ensures that you have a technical independence in that process. And they're reasonable. They're up to date and they're reasonable to be implemented throughout the system. These are challenges that we see all the time. And yes, implementation is something that ensures and strengthening that implementation of international standards has been something that have supported these elements over the years. But we need to be very aware of that. You know, naturally, having a high level of implementation is a great benefit. You really look good. But you actually are improving safety management. If you look at the elements that we have in the state safety program, which is an ICAO provision, they match perfectly with the best practices of governance of regulators that you see issued by OECD, you know, the Organization for Cooperation and Economic Development. And this is something that we should bear in mind. And we have seen that regulators and states that have complied with a strong safety management, they expanded those capacities to other areas that they work on. And they actually established good governance. And that reflects not only to the state, it reflects to the industry overall and beyond their own borders. And this is something that we have seen, and I want to share with you a little bit our experience here in the region. Well, what have been the enablers that we have taken advantage within our region in South America? South America comprises of 13 states. We cover 16% of the FIR area of the world. and aviation contributes between 4 to 10% of the GDP of our countries. This by itself should be a good support for aviation, but we are always trying to remind everyone of the benefits that aviation generates. How we have been working inside the region has allowed us to actually build a good framework. I wouldn't say perfect, we're still working on that, but a good framework that has supported us to evolve in the implementation of the international provisions. And we have worked on a good governance model through collaboration, using more and more data-driven to support decision, and actually building up from harmonization of the regulations among the states that are part of the region. Talking about collaboration, I won't go through the detail here, but I want to share with you that we have many regional groups and regional mechanisms that support safety. And what we have done is take advantage of the ICAO's role within the region, either secretariating or coordinating the activities, together with our regular program, which is the direct assistance that we provide as a regional office, to ensure that we address from policy making, planning, data management, until specific safety implementation projects that affect operations overall. Needless to say, to have a good governance, you have to have targets and indicators that show that you're reaching those targets, and actually we meet with the GASP under our regional plan. Working on data-driven decision, we not only use data, hard data, but we are actually working within our assistant processes to feed the information that we need to make and see the same picture among all the stakeholders, ensuring that we are seeing the same situation and supporting that we can have consensus on the priorities that we have in the region. This is one example where we have remote assistance activities focused on improving the level of compliance after audit programs that have fed us also in that decision-making process. I'll skim through this. I think you have the slides, but that's just an improvement process that we have recently implemented that goes to the highest level of the civil aviation authorities to ensure that all the assistance actually reflects in actions made by the states. And through this process, we believe that we will engage them and actually respond to the more comprehensive and full audits that are about to come in our region through the ICAO program. I believe you had a very good presentation on turbulence that I missed, but I'll watch the recording later on. But I just wanted to share that this is a good example of industry and state collaboration that we have in our regional safety group. Throughout the years, we were identifying, say, well, we don't have any improvements on the numbers on turbulence. But actually, the severity was indicating that some specific areas and some specific operators were having recurrent situations that demanded some kind of action. We still don't have an evolved solution, as we saw this morning, but for sure, that collaborative work has provided some elements for the operators to improve their operations. Regarding harmonization, which will be the last point I'll address now, and this is something maybe that's the most peculiar situation that we have in our region, and that contemplates to have a regional technical cooperation project that actually, I would say, mimics very closely to a regional safety oversight organization. It's aimed to something like EASA, may be different from a COSCAP that many of you might know because it goes beyond that, but actually uses harmonized regulation sets to be a backbone for a series of activities that we can do within the region. I'll just mention quickly, it's referred to Latin American regulations, so you'll see only Spanish or English, or Portuguese, excuse me, Portuguese-speaking countries involved in that at this moment. So we have 12 of our countries involved and participant of this mechanism, supported by the industry as well. And they allow us to having these backbone regulations. They have allowed us to have multinational certification activities, training based on those regulations, providing assistance and holding many technical meetings using those references and allowing our states to take advantage of the economies of scale of a mechanism that has stimulated improvements in their regulations and also allowed us to receive feedback on the operations and allowing us to review some of those regional regulations to improve them throughout the process. I won't go into detail. We have now 47 Latin American regulations, all compliant to ICAO standards. We take advantage of those elements, especially on critical elements 2, 4, 5, 6, have been directly affected by the performance in our region. And naturally, we have seen the numbers and our average today in effective implementation and compliance to international standards on average above 82%. These states even have a little bit higher compliance than only the South American countries, which is about 79%. And just as a last comment, as I was saying, that the benefits go beyond mere compliance. Within this method, this line of work, we also have been able to work on processes such as certification of maintenance organizations within our region. Today we have 5, actually we have 4 another ones going through the certification this year. It has expanded a lot, and the benefits are in the numbers that we have seen. Specifically, for example, for a maintenance organization that goes through a certification process and oversight throughout every 2 years, the benefits have been seen in a reduction up to 89% of their costs. And for our states, just for the regulation development, training, multinational activities, and assistance to them, the 2 cost-benefit analyses were made in 2 periods of 7 and 8 years, and we're going to do another one. This is kind of outdated because we don't contemplate 8 years. We already have been identifying a saving of $35 million for those 12 states. I'll stop here, and we'll be open for questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Fabio. We definitely are going to have some follow-up questions on a few of those items, I know, because I know you all remember you have to have at least 1 question, each of you, for Fabio, and 1 question for Henry. And now it's time for us to have our last speaker, once I get the screen up here, so that I can introduce Mr. Javier Vicedo. Javier is the representative for the European Union Aviation Safety Agency for China and North Asia. From this position, he supports bilateral negotiations and promotes regulatory exchange between EASA and aviation stakeholders across multiple domains of competency within the region. Throughout his career in the aviation industry, he has worked in Europe, North America, and Asia, holding a wide range of positions spanning from research and technology to business development across multiple sectors in the aerospace industry, including satellite equipment, military systems, and commercial aircraft. Previous to his work at EASA, he worked at a major European aerospace corporation in China. Concurrently, he was the chairman of the Aviation and Aerospace Working Group of the European Union Chamber of Commerce in China, a position from which he was able to support EU policy and assisted in the setting up of the Aviation Partnership Project between EASA and the CAAs of China. Further to this experience, he recently supported to expand the project to other Asian countries. Javier holds a PhD in engineering from Cambridge University, speaks Chinese, as well as several European languages. Javier, the floor is yours. Welcome.
Can't quite get used to that photo. That was long time ago. Hello, everybody. I'm very pleased to be here. It's been a whole week, and I take with me great memories. I'd like to thank Molit and all of those and ICAO for making such a fabulous week. I'd like to start my presentation perhaps to remind or to inform all of you that this year we are celebrating 20 years of the establishment of EASA. And it's sort of also 20 years since I left Europe. And while I'm not going to make this about me, I will say one thing for those of you that left your country. There is certain thing when one leaves the country, which is, it took me some time to realize, and is anonymity. Doesn't matter the country you go to, if you don't live in your country, you feel you can just ignore what's going around you. And when the decisions are made, when the opinions are done, then you may express your opinion. And you will see why I say this. As a Spanish person that I am, I'll tell you an anecdote. Several years ago, we nominated a Spanish football coach, and he was asked, what are you gonna do? How are you gonna manage? He said, well, I just carry the title. There's 40 million football coaches in this country. So that's Europe for you. We have 500 million people, and now I'm discovering, after coming back, they all have opinions. And I say this because, like I mentioned a couple of days ago, when I see all of you that work, especially those of you that work at ICAO in Montreal, I feel very blessed. And it's not that I feel blessed that we work in a high-tech industry. I think here's where what we were discussing earlier, this young professionals and the YouTubes and the TikToks, and we should attract them this way. I just don't see that actually the way. I think this is an industry that prides itself in listening to others. We always express our opinions. We always sit, competitors included. You have Boeing and Airbus sitting together. You also have Korean Air and Asiana sitting together to tackle one thing. And you're always going to listen what the other one has with respect, because he may actually help you avoid something big happening. So I think something to take with a lot of pride, and which leads me to my presentation. So this, I stole this from Nicolas Rallo, our representative for ICAO in the region, just to give you a snapshot. His last visit, he presented the objectives over there. This is EASA. This is a PDF version. Is there a possibility you could put the PPT version instead? Well, I'll keep going, and if they change it. So this is EASA for you, 20 years celebration we are. So we are about 800 people. 20 years ago, 28 states at the time got together, and they gave us a mandate. And I say this because including in the mandate, it also said, we'll trust you with regulations, and we trust you also with following international ICAO SARPs as well. So there is this very interesting relationship whereby whatever is discussed in Montreal, we need to make sure we also take it on because our states are looking at us for doing it. Another very important aspect, and I go back to the opinion I was talking earlier before, is we have in our organization by mandate or by duty, we have 2 advisory bodies, and they're very open. We have on the one hand, we have the member states advisory body, and even if you see 5 blocks here, it's more like 30 or 40 people that come to every meeting. They will discuss with us their opinions, we will share what we think, they will give us advice, they will have disagreements, and this will happen regularly. And if on the right side, we also have our advisory, stakeholder advisory body, which in a nutshell, you could call it the industry advisory body, where again, it's not 12 people, it's probably also in the order of 40 to 50 representatives that will come and join. This means that everything we do, we have to be transparent and we have to be listening. If I invite you to EASA, and if you come, I dare you to find a day in which there's not a meeting going on with externals talking about how to implement regulations of international magnitude. And this is key. I really had a great animation. I love to play with PowerPoint. I had a great animation for this slide, so I apologize we couldn't put the PPT. But look, in a sum, this is the way. This is my last slide. This is the way we implement SARPs in our regulation. So on the top left side, you have processes that most of you are familiar with. So state letter 1, state letter 2, in which The first are all the panels that many of you are participants to. Our member states are too, in which discussions take place already. By the time a proposal is issued, states will rely on us to conduct, often together with them, an assessment of how that proposal may impact some of the regulations. We'll do an impact assessment of which regulations are going to be affected and where the type of efforts that may be required. We also will work with them for a response letter that will be shared and then transmitted to ICAO as well. And upon adoption, the real work starts. Well, that wouldn't fair, but the more deeper work will start. Of course, we will advise states to report of any differences, and then we will input our work in what we call the European Plan for Aviation Safety. Now, this is a public document and contains all the work that we kind of carry out throughout the year. You can access it. I've presented it as well in our latest 2018, back here in Busan, I think it was, and I remember presenting the outline of it back then, that one. And it contains all the efforts that we do, including those that are related to SARPs. The first step amongst all this process will be to set up a rulemaking group. So we now have the rulemaking task in the EPAS, so therefore we have promised all member states and all stakeholders that we are going to develop a rule based on SARPs. So we will create terms of reference in a rulemaking group. This rulemaking group is not only people of EASA or even colleagues from member states, may also carry in industry as well. Then this group will work and produce, here on the right side, sometime after, a notice for proposed amendment. They'll be public. It's public for comment, and it can be commented by any of you in this room as well. We'll receive all opinions, questions. Why aren't we doing this? Why are we using 2,000 kilos? Why is not 2,300? Why is 6 passengers? Why not 23? This notice amendment is public, and it has opened for a long consultation. Given the time that it goes by, we will change that rulemaking group very likely and incorporate new members. And we'll have a review group that will work throughout quite some extensive time to prepare questions and, to prepare answers, which is the document that you see on the left, but also to draft what will be our final opinion, the final regulation. We call them opinions. Following that, there'll be an implementing regulation, and then concurrently, pretty much, EASA will issue a decision. As you can see, the process is, I wanted to introduce more the process than how we are structured internally, to give you a reference of how it works. It's very transparent. It would appear that not for everybody, but it truly is. Maybe we're just too Europe-centric sometimes. But it's very transparent towards the stakeholders in all these meetings and allows for all these considerations to be accounted for. And that'll be the wrap-up of my presentation. Again, I'd like to thank all of you, and I look forward to a good discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Javier. So I think I was the major violator of the time rule on this panel. So on that regard, I want to thank all of you for the brevity. And I don't blame you if you slip in some new remarks or ideas as you're going through the rest of the conversation. Now, I believe we have a way for you to be able to present questions to us, and we have some roving microphones, and we'll see if we can't engage you in the audience, because actually we're interested in your feedback for some of these ideas. But the lead-off question I'd like to ask our three panelists, and maybe I'll start with you, Javier, because you just finished, and you gave us the fairly detailed look at what the European system works like. So with the challenges that I just talked about, and the experience that we've just had with the pandemic, and recognizing that our regulatory mandate was perhaps not independent of others, Is the process you've got fast enough, and is it inclusive enough for this future with disruptive change?
Full disclosure, we did not prepare any questions whatsoever, so know that. But it's fun. The question is, I don't know. I mean, hold on. Is the process fast enough? I think we can all agree that the faster these things go, the better. Once we know what the answer is, so to be clear, that's why we like this consultation in case we've missed something. I think it's extremely important to give some time as well for that. We should not precipitate ourselves. Now, from the pandemic, I worry, the actual process of, I think what the pandemic really highlighted to us, a bit my director also mentioned earlier, is this idea that we are so international and so that we feel comfortable with the processes. But as soon as we have to interact with non-aviation stakeholders, we realize that they're all very, very national and domestic. And I remember joining the ACC RPG in ICAO APAC, this team organized to handle the recovery. And at the end, meeting after meeting, somebody will come up and say, well, you know, it's not me. Like, I'm under the... It took time because we are proud people. We are proud. It's a cool industry, so we are proud. But at the end of the day, we all disclose, like, look, we are at the mercy of a bigger authority here that is telling me that I just fall. So I worry more about those. I worry, we were talking earlier about cybersecurity, AI, all this stuff that is that is a bit side and it's coming in. Even sustainability, actually. We are convinced we have a plan. We really do. You mentioned earlier. But maybe one state comes and tells them, no, whoa, you can't do that, CAA, because I think that your feedstock is kind of used for something else. Well, what happens then? So this is the part I worry more about. Could we be fast if we have somebody that doesn't yet understand they need to talk to the other guy? I mean, the health authorities took their time to talk to other health authorities, which didn't take us a bit, like it was immediate.
Okay, thank you. Just something for us to ponder, because the method we use to coordinate and to come to decisions is something that I think is challenging for us when we get more and more players in a multinational, multilateral environment. And my experience is that frequently the decisions that we make are sometimes the enemy of the best, and they're what's acceptable to the majority, but perhaps that's not the choice that we would make if we were independently developing something. So it's just it's an aspect of the way we develop that's always going to be challenging, and we have to tackle in our process. Let's open to the floor and see if anybody has a question they'd like to raise towards any of our panelists. Oh, you're so shy. I'm going to ask more grueling questions if you don't. That's not fair. Okay. Henry, I guess I have to ask you a tough question then. In the last couple of years, you've had remarkable success in Africa with, I think, the delivery of a safe environment, safety output in the system. And we talked in the prep about the history of getting to where you're at today. What was the toughest part of moving from the 2000, 2005 timeframe when we had some of the challenges in defining the path and where you are today?
Thank you very much for that question. If I reflect what happened way back in 2005 and earlier to where we are right now, there are a couple of things I could mention. To begin with, at that time, most of the regulatory entities used to be directorates within the Ministry of Transport. So they did not have the autonomy, they did not have the financial muscle. They were dependent on the national budget. And that limited even the attraction of competent personnel. So you'd find very few people who've been there in the civil service and maybe in the comfort of being permanently and employed with pension, they tried to do what was impossible. Because a growing industry basically needs a vibrant workforce. So that in itself was a limitation. And you find that at that time, it was very difficult for us to get on board many of the things, including the constant review or development of the regulations, and the development of technical guidance material, and the actual oversight activities. Because with a few staff, inspections, audit, surveillance, all that were actually at stake. Secondly, because of the inadequacy in the regulatory framework, you find that the number of findings and associated significant concerns at some point were very high. And that's why the Ministerial Council at that time in 2012 decided to establish what we now famously know as the Abuja Safety and Air Navigation Targets, just to try and address those issues. And one of the targets was to reduce the number of SSCs that were happening at that time. So the other thing I would also want to mention is, from your presentation, even the use of CMA or the assessment criteria has also evolved. It's not what it used to be at that time. Right now, I think it's better because states already know, they are familiar with how the use of CMA audits are conducted, or the ICVM and all that. They are a bit used to developing corrective action plans and even implementing. And most importantly, they know where to run to. In 2012, for instance, we did not even have the CAAs inspectors. So you can imagine what it was in 2005. But over time, we started building capacity in that area. And we began with 3 areas, 3 domains: operations, airworthiness, and personnel licensing. So what happened to AGA? What happened to ANS? What happened to AIG? So with time, we brought in AGA, we brought in ANS, and most recently, we've also now built capacity for SSP, SMS, AIG, and special emphasis on dangerous goods, among others. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I want to ask you a follow-up. Can you tell us a little bit about how the AFI-CIS process works for the sharing of these inspectors?
Thank you. The AFI-CIS process is a process that is well established and through the instruments of governance of AFCAC. We have the plenary where the 54-member states meet, and then we have the bureau, the governing body, and of course the secretariat. So once endorsed by the plenary, the secretariat implements that. And the implementation process is to develop a selection criteria in coordination with the regional offices. And then we write to states to nominate qualified inspectors based on that criteria. And then we go through a selection process with the regional offices. Once the selection is done on the best that we can find and for the capacity that we need, then we provide induction training to explain to them the policies and the procedures, what is expected of them whenever they visit states, just like the use of CMA auditing. Whenever seconded experts are adopted by ICAO, the process they go through to align themselves with the expectations of ICAO during the audits. The same happens. We inform them when they're visiting states, they're representing AFCAC. They should go there knowing that they're ambassadors of a wider entity than themselves. So once that is done, we also avail opportunities for the on-the-job training with experienced inspectors, so that when they go there, they're also familiarized with experiences. For instance, most of the time you find that either they would meet maybe the minister responsible for civil aviation, and in some cases, even the head of state. So they also need to be aligned to the diplomatic expectations so that they know how to behave. It's very different when they visit operators in the industry. And also, when they go there, we inform them they're supporting the state. They don't take responsibility. The state has not delegated their safety oversight responsibilities to them. They're simply supporting them, and where we find gaps, we recommend the state either to hire and maybe train the people they get on board, so that at no point the FCA inspectors take responsibility that is ordinarily the states. And the other important thing to note is we work very closely with the regional offices. We get reports from them. During the roast mission, they feed us, so we get to know what is happening. And also, during the entry debrief, Occasionally, we also get them so that they are part of what is happening. And the development of the action plan for the state is also done in collaboration with the regional officers. So by the time we go there, there's collaboration at all levels. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm hearing a lot of coordination amongst senior leaders to enable and support the activity and the capacity building that you're doing down below. Okay, thanks.
And maybe the final thing I would want to mention is we also get support. And because of the presence of EASA, currently we have the EASA project, which is actually heavily funding the AFCIS, and we cannot take that for granted. We also have the African Development Bank, and as mentioned recently, Boeing has also expressed interest because they can see result out of what we are doing. So we believe, in case any stakeholder is here and you are willing to partner with us, we have a great opportunity. We have states that still need your support. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Looking at the floor, any questions? I've got a question right here. All right. We need a microphone up front, please.
Thank you, Stefan. Maxime Tima from Albania. I have a question for Javier. How does EASA involve in the rulemaking process those countries which are not EU member, but they have a special arrangement with the European Commission, like an ECA agreement, considering that the airspace controlled by those states are served to European passengers, and considering the fact that EASA is considering for the European safety airspace, or whatever the slogan is. Thank you.
If I understand, your question is how do we involve states that are not EASA, not EU members? Okay, so you see the advisory bodies that I mentioned on the left side in my slide? There was a part there that was third countries. Yeah. Sorry. So I don't know the list, but there's third countries there, most in the periphery of Europe. I forgot which ones are there. So, but there are several there. That's one mechanism. Then there is ECAC, coordination with the ECAC as well. Now, when it comes to the actual rulemaking, that's a good question. Are they part, do we involve them as part of the actual working groups there? That I'm not sure. That I'm not sure. In the consultations of these bodies, I'm certain that several are. I'll need to remember which ones. But in the actual rulemaking teams that I mentioned earlier, I would imagine that is not the case. But, yeah.
So I'm saying that because based on the presentation that Javier shared with us, it was within a process that the states communicate through the process, rulemaking process, the difference with ICAO. And in fact, Albania, a country that I'm representing, since 2006, has been signed an ECA agreement. And as far as we have not been part of any rulemaking process, including the filing FODs, the organization, when I joined 2 years ago, has no clue about that. So the idea they had, it was just follow European Commission, do implementation as much as you can, and then it'll be good with ICAO. But in fact, we have a different reality. So in the process itself, we need to understand, to learn from our mistakes, from other mistakes, how to do better. And this is the message I want to give to that question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. So if there's a specific issue, maybe I can ask you guys to take that off. But you know what? You raise a really important point, because one of the problems we have at ICAO is when we send out state letters with changes to the 193 member states, we're lucky if we get back 60, 70 replies, and 26 of them are from Europe. Okay? So we're actually looking for how can we get a higher level of state engagement, because we essentially take that poor coordinator at the international desk in each country and we bury them in state letters. And they don't know what's important. They don't know who it should go to get the comment back. And the states where we get the most comments from generally have a member on the panel that produced the material, and they go looking for the letter so that they can write their own comment to get the change in that they didn't quite get through the panel process. I mean, it's really an interesting dynamic. But honestly, that question is a really good question, because if we want to go faster, there's got to be more visibility. There's got to be more awareness of what's most important. So that's a great question. Thank you for asking it. Any other questions? Well, I'm going to watch, and I'm going to ask Fabio a hard question next, and then I'm going to go. Fabio, you want to follow up?
So this is a dead bat. Oh, how about that bat over here? No, I just wanted to compliment, going back to your first question, and actually you already addressed on the time. I mean, are we fast enough? Time is just, you know, is one dimension of this. The second one is the process itself, how you engage with the stakeholders to ensure that there's understanding of the need, and then how you're going to actually implement. And the last dimension, or one possible dimension, is really applicability and ultimately the implementation. So being fast enough for the standard itself in response, for example, emerging technologies, doesn't necessarily mean, as you just said and we heard here, that we will impact safety, right? Because this is part of the challenge. And we've seen, and probably, and this is not something I came up with, Javier was mentioning, you know, there's a lot of coordination in this process, 26 responses that probably were discussed even during the discussions and elaboration. And this is something that we feel that we could contribute more in developing countries. You know, how we can anticipate, collaborate, and make a better assessment of the impact, you know, on the new standards, and actually being able to also assess the need of immediately or not implementing them, and how ICAO could assess also if the non-implementation necessarily means at that moment a safety hazard or not. So these are points that just bring a thought.
So that's a great point. It leads to the question I was going to ask you. So you have worked really hard on developing data, in understanding of the information, and then deciding what data you need to fill out information dashboards. How do you decide what you think is a relevant indicator, and then how do you get consensus amongst the members of the SRVSOP or other groups that that is the right reflection of the situation?
I'll respond that thinking about the SRVSOP, which is a mini RSOO that we have, but also thinking the whole context, because those other groups and mechanisms that we have work together in trying to make decisions. A lot of the SRVSOP activities today are responsive to the implementation of new standards that have been placed by ICAO, so a lot more reactive, okay? Using the data allows you to take one step further and maybe anticipating, and we have been focusing that a lot on safety implementation projects, including those that are related to standards that have been in place, they have been gaps, and we not necessarily have seen safety events related to them. But once we started identifying safety events, we go back to see if there's a gap on that state or the states in implementing standards that are already in the regulations. And if there are no gaps there, we go back to assessing if actually the regional reference regulations are addressing those points, and the guidance material and the work has been done actually has contemplated. We had a few situations like this where the state has implemented that was fully harmonized with the regional regulations, but we went back and we saw that there were improvements to be made on the regional regulations, and then derived on guidance, inspector manuals, all the documents, and the training that we were doing. But I'll tell you that not only on SRVSOP, but especially on ROS-PA, which is our regional safety group, looking at the data, and this is important because we make data available and people are not looking at it. So when I say making data available, is to assure that at least we have the same information before we start discussing. And this has been a cultural change that we have been pushing, because we made dashboards available not only for the regional group, but for the industry. They provide us with their inputs. We want to see the same picture before we start discussing if there's a priority or not. And this has been a gradual change, and I think we have been successful in some cases, but really, if you start discussing without all the elements in place, there has been hard times in actually agreeing on priorities. I don't know if I responded to your question, though.
You did. Thank you. Well done.
That's a friend responding to me.
Okay. So, okay, now I got a hand up. Everybody wants to get in on the action here now.
Stephen, thank you very much. My name is Kahan from Civil Aviation Authority of Singapore. I know that as ICAO, it's usually very tough to balance between no country left behind and versus the question you just asked is, are we doing rule change fast enough? And I look at I look at the international aviation system in the 3-gear system, the low, medium, and high shift, because you have developing country, underdeveloped country, as well as developed country. The question is ICAO structurally and procedurally set up to handle this 3-gear shift? Or are we cater more to the high-end one, but forgotten the low-end one? So just a reflection, and I don't know what the panel will say.
I'll let you answer the question in depth because you're working with ICAO. But one thing, thanks for that question, Kahan. One thing I take from the 2 times the Secretary General spoke is a big concern on the gaps, how to close those gaps, and perhaps worrying that going too fast, and then there is a problem of some of us being left really, really behind, and how does this work? So I second, more than answering the question, I second it.
Okay, so let me tell you that ICAO is a magical organization because when we adopt a new standard, you're all magically compliant on the date of applicability unless you file a difference. Does that give you comfort, knowing that 2/3 of the states didn't send in the response to the state letter? So the answer is, we're not very good at it, but I think we're getting better, and we're starting to think about how we can perhaps change the relationship between the member states and ICAO on their tracking of progress. So that's one of the reasons Fabio's question about data is really important, because we need a way for states to be able to feed in and say, I'm a developing state, I don't have that kind of activity, I don't actually have a need to implement, and so I'm not going to, okay? Another state might be in a tier where they should implement it, but they maybe don't have the expertise, and they want to be able to identify that without necessarily being called out as being insufficient. And then you've got states that are implementing and doing their own thing. And frequently the states that file the difference are the big states, the ones that say, you know what, ICAO is just not going to tell me how to do this. I've already got an idea. Or we've already done so much internal coordination, we've got a method that's going to be different. And the most famous example I can give you for that is the United States, the state I'm somewhat familiar with, and line up and wait. The United States was 15 years to change one sentence of phraseology. That's pretty remarkable, honestly. I had someone in the system tell me, over my dead body, Steve, are we making a change in that phraseology? I kid you not. And it finally happened, but by the time it happened, they had implemented safety management. And they said, well, now we've got to do a safety management assessment, whether or not we can actually change that sentence. They had a whole program for training and implementation and notifications and NOTAMs, because it was a big change. It did need to be done right. So I tell you that long story to say that, yes, change is constant in our system. And I think that what we want to do is we want to have the information on what's relevant for a particular area, region, national authority, airport, airspace, and then be able to engage the right stakeholders to ensure they're doing their part to roll that out in that part of the world. The guy sitting next to you he's death on the idea that we just can't quite seem to get radar operations to actually use radar. in big parts of the world. And there's reasons for that. There's risk tolerance that's just not quite there in terms of people being afraid of taking on the risk of managing smaller separations in an environment where they maybe don't have the right training or procedures or comms. So safety is, or excuse me, I don't like to use that word. Risk management is something that we're going to have to get much better at to be able to implement these efficiencies and these capacities. My first trainer in the system told me, Steve, don't be in a hurry to answer the phone or issue a clearance. The safest airplane in the world is parked at the gate. So once that plane starts moving, risk starts to accumulate, you start to manage it. So that's not totally answering your question, except to say that there are different rates at which the standards need to be taken up in different environments. We need to have a better handle on how that's going so that states don't accidentally get dropped. No Country Left Behind is about helping the state actually manage their own risk well, and not necessarily about their EI. It's about knowing what their risks are and knowing that they've tackled them. Javier, anything you want to add? Okay. So I got another question. Here we go. We're 3 minutes to the ending according to the green clock that I think turns red at some moment and comes and gets me.
I just would like to supplement on the last one, what Dan has asked. With my field experience of almost 20 over countries, in reality, in the Asia Pacific, we have EI starting from 5% until 99 to 100%. And when we have gone into those island states, it's not feasible. We thought over a period of time that whether we should put category A country, B country, and C country, just to help them, that C needs more help, probably. But the idea was not taken very well because we cannot again discriminate. But the support needed, if I talk about Samoa, an island state, just one guy looking after everything. He's ops, he's PEL, he's airworthiness, he's ANS, he's AGA. Now, putting over him 790 protocol question, what do you expect? Is one single major problem. Second problem we have seen in very many countries, out of 39, when we write a state letter, only 10, 15 replies. The reason being there is a missing link between the CA and the ministry. I mean, it's not really a CAA problem. We from ICAO have never arranged a high-level meeting or high-level workshops with the ministry. It is the ministry who needs to understand, in those countries I'm talking about, if we demarcate them as category C country. And there we need to put in effort. Writing a state letter up to the NCMC, going up to the DG does not solve the problem. Every time you ask them, their ministry did not publish the government order.
I'm looking for a question.
Yeah, so last but not the least, my suggestion is that probably if we could think about that for those states with the SARPs as we are going forward, that has to go forward, but we need to come up with a package where we can, with the low EI state, we can help differently, whether categorizing them in terms of EI or in terms of capacity building percentage. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're going to check if there's I had one other hand up. No? I have one other hand up. We're going to take your question, then we're going to answer. These guys are all going to get 1 minute each, and we're done. Okay? So I need a microphone in the middle with a gentleman with his hand up.
Okay, thank you. So my name is Zachary Nidamou. I'm a CNS engineer from Morocco. So my question for Mr. Henry, for AFCAC, I want to know the strategy of AFCAC for the countries in Africa that have limited resources and infrastructures. So I want to know if there is like a vision on long term, and if like a direct vision.
Okay, thank you. So Henry, you get to start off. We're in summary, gentlemen. Any last points that you have? We're going to go one at a time, and Henry, you're first.
So thank you very much. Thank you very much for bringing that question. And you're prompting me to think that maybe you have a leakage of what is happening currently. in coordination with the African Union Commission. It's a department at the AU that works very closely with AFCAC, and also collaborating with the regional offices. We are planning to conduct an infrastructure gap analysis for the continent. So this is something that will give us information. From the discussions we've been having here, you realize that we need data to make decisions. Without data, it becomes very difficult even to determine where you need to invest. So this is something, we are having a workshop in Morocco from the 27th to 30th, Casablanca. That's why I thought maybe from Morocco you have an idea. So this is something that we are getting experts, using the experts we have under the ANS working group. We'll also extend that to the AGA experts working group, together with other stakeholders like IATA, SCI, Council, and many others, ATNS in South Africa, and so many. They're coming on board. Then we'll chart the way forward, a roadmap, so that we give this information back to the Council of Ministers, and then they determine where do we need to invest more in terms of aviation infrastructure. So that is the approach we're having. It was interrupted by COVID. It's something that ought to have begun in 2019. Something started, but it was interrupted. It didn't mature. Otherwise, I think based on the general discussion, I just wish to emphasize that we realize that you cannot, they normally say, if you want to move faster, you move alone. But if you want to go far, you have to go with others. So in Africa, we've decided to move together. And that's why we are extending this to our international partners. We also realize that within the continent, we are not self-sufficient, we are not self-reliant. We depend on ICAO, we depend on many states. So please, if you are there and you didn't know how to partner with AFCAC, we are available. You can talk to the Director of Navigation Bureau, you can talk to me, talk to anyone. We have the contacts so that we see which areas can we partner in. There's capacity building, there's support for states, there's infrastructure, and so on and so forth. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Henry. Fabio?
Thank you very much, Steve, for the moderation and the great presentation from all the panel members. And I think if there's a message that we could share here is get everything that's in ICAO provisions, the standards, and turn them into a meaningful element of discussion before implementation within your countries, within your organizations. We need a more critical analysis and assessment of what we're providing. Being able to do this before a standard comes out, that would be excellent. If it's in place, I think it's always subject to discussion and assessment. So within that, do not use or consider the ICAO provisions as a mere checklist of things that you have to do, but actually something that you will evaluate and assess if they're useful or not for the reality that you face. Providing that feedback could be part of the improvement process that Steve mentioned, which is part of the process within the transformational objective of the organization. But if we do it by ourselves, really, we're just going to convince between us that this is work and this is great. So please be part of that transformation, that improvement, by having a critical analysis and giving us your thoughts on this throughout all the processes that we go through.
Thanks, Fabio. Javier?
Yes, so first, just to wrap also my presence here, because I will be leaving tomorrow morning, I want to take the opportunity also to express what a privilege it is to work with so many of you. We do have, it was referred earlier, projects in Africa, projects in Latin America, in Southeast Asia, in North Asia, and all places in the world. It's an absolute privilege to work towards and learn also from you through these projects. It is a great privilege to be here in Korea, a country that scores so high and has demonstrated such a good performance on precisely on the work that you do at ICAO. So here's a personal message. I hope my colleagues will endorse it as well. For those of you working at ICAO, I really wish you all the best to go back to express your opinions. Please remember that. Be European as much as you can. You know, have your discussions. All countries as well. Sometimes it's tough to state deficiencies. My years in Asia, I had colleagues mentioning that the reason why the country is not saying that is because they fear, and that is this spiral that perhaps is one to address. But again, have good discussions, be open, have opinions, and see how we can all make better. I take from SecGen good messages as well. I also take a call for support, put people in contact that can support states from which can all learn. And yeah, so keep the good work. I'm very happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Javier. So, ladies and gentlemen, you've just heard 3 experts from 3 different regions tackling change on a daily basis and grappling with how to make sure that the implementation is done well, that they understand where the risks are, that the capacity building is done effectively. But what you heard more than anything is about collective action. Because with the change that's coming and the speed that it's coming, states can't stand alone. They have to be sharing with one another, and when they're doing it regionally, that's one method. Another method is through working in the ICAO process or in regional processes to learn lessons that are being drawn every day on the control room floor, on the flight deck, in the engineering bay, because the people who understand where the risks are those people that are working in those areas. We didn't touch much on the crucial importance of safety reporting, but the data that Fabio talked about, Javier talked about, that Henry's working with, that data only works if you have good information coming from people who are in the field. So just culture and voluntary reporting systems that reward transparency and lesson sharing is a vital part of making the system safe as we go through an accelerating pace of change. And I want to commend our partners in Korea who are part of the EASA process, very integral part, because the back end of a lot of our software is actually done in partnership with the Ministry of Land and Infrastructure and Transport. And they have stood up because they see the value in making the expertise that they have here widely available through processes. And many of the other states in this part of the world who have strength and leadership are also doing the same thing. So collective action, that's the key. But managing risk means that we all have to accelerate the pace of sharing, not necessarily the pace of changing regs, because frankly, the change is coming whether we change regs or not. And understanding that risk together and sharing it through partnerships and relationships like you're making here today is the key to the system. Please join me in congratulating our hosts and our panelists, and thank you to our hosts again for facilitating this conversation.
Well, thank you very much. We were not only joined by the 3 experts, but we had the perfect moderator who led the session. So why don't we give the 4 of them another big round of applause. So, ladies and gentlemen, we spent the whole day together discussing about to enhance the flight safety. So I guess what matters is that we work together towards the future. Well, now I'm going to leave it up to you to freely engage with the others and to bond the network outside in a more relaxed atmosphere at the reception. However, please remember that our seminar will continue until tomorrow. And as I hoped to see you all tomorrow, I will say my goodbye here. Thank you, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Thank you very much.